Hello, Twitch. I have no idea what's going on because I stayed up too late playing Nightingale and slept in. You could tell I still got bedhead over here, and my cat is screaming at me because that's what he does. We are back on the Ani grind. MINIBASE, MINIBASE, MINIBASE. Cheers, everybody. Stretch and hydrate. Coffee's not hydration, but we'll drink some no-sugar lemonade as well. Now, and stretch. Ah! I'm a little out of sorts today, guys. I'm addicted to too many games. Let's give a little back pop. There we go. Stretching and hydrating. Okay, so past another left us with a few little projects to get done. Namely, running a cooling loop. Reference images. This is why we plan, guys. We plan so we can do things. I have no idea what's going on. I really got to get myself sorted out. Ski bop boop ba dee bop boo. Tachyon, I am not having it, sir. Okay. So we need our reference image here. We also need things. Okay, so this on our reference image is this tank here. So over here, man, I made that too tight. We have a lot of projects to get done. Okay, Tachyon, would you like to say hi to everybody? So as per usual, this is the chonker. He's getting fatter. I like a fat kitty. My last kitty got skinny, and I didn't realize it's because he was getting sick and old, and that's why I like him on the chunky side. Oh, it's my baby. Mwah. You are my favorite thing. Yes, you are. You are the best. You are my son. Yes, you are my baby. Mwah. Go play, sir. God, one of these days I'll have to actually answer my phone and deal with my real life, but not today. So, no. So I don't think we're going to get the pipes run for the cooling loop for our deep freeze before we get into shenanigans, right? Because if we look at our reference image, we need these two tiles to be our ingredients, which means we need to get a chute in there, we need to squeeze in hydrogen, we need to put a metal tile right there. There's some shenanigans involved, and then we can put the what's a doozle over here. So that being said, let's run the pipes to where they need to be, so that part is sorted. Now I switched the out here. How are we gonna deal with this absolute nightmare of a thing? So my thought is we come straight across here. We what's the word? We steal this line to continue onward. We put a little bridge over this, and then we sort out how we're gonna deal with our refinement tank later. We are gonna have to refine some more materials before we can actually get our deep freeze built. I'm pretty sure we could get away with a gold amalgam thermal regulator, but I like to be excessive. We're probably going to make that sumbitch out of steel. That being said, no time like the present to do stupid shit. So we're going to bring this over here. We're going to jump over that input, jump over that output. Bing, bang, boom. Wrap this son of a bitch around. I'm going to stop saying son of a bitch, I swear to God. I don't know why I got that in me. It's the redneck in me. I grew up in a small town in the middle of goddamn nowhere, so. Alright, we're going to do that. Now, in the meanwhile, we need a shift. So this pipe actually needs to get rid of this and run directly into there. So let's delete that bad boy. We're going to run that down like that. I'm going to snip that there. Right? Boop. Then, for now, what we're going to do is going to go like... Jesus. Okay, so that's going to have to be a thing. So that gets deleted. This goes that way and down, and then this jumps over. Fair enough. Now, as far as our nonsense goes... Hey. Look, I love you. But when you jump on the desk and press buttons, you break things. You break my game, and then you parkour off of my expensive stuff, and it breaks physically. I love you to death, Bub, but you're a pain in my butt sometimes. Oh, I'm forgetting things. Guys, I am absolutely, completely exhausted. I have a problem being awake and alive right now. Let's shout out Killer Jam 25. Guys, Killer is very close to affiliate, so if you see him streaming, please just click in. Even if you're gonna AFK, give him the view. Let's get him sorted so he can get himself affiliate. All right, I suppose we could press play. We know what we're doing, right? We're gonna put that there. Now, cooling loop. We need to bring it by that thing. So I do think... I don't want to come straight up through here, because that's going to ruin... It's going to absolutely ruin our... what do you call it? It's going to ruin our pip wrench that we're going to have. So... for now... And we're running a lot of insulated pipe. Oh, this is going to get to be a problem. This is going to get to be a problem. We don't have enough material to be running these insulated pipes. Well, we'll switch over to sedimentary at one point. We're going to need to get ourselves some more goddamn materials. This is not... Yeah. Wait, did I already shout out Killer? Did Barb do that? Huh. Says I have to wait. But anyway, guys, go to Killer's channel. Do I, we've got 96,000 sedimentary. We really, I can't be building like I usually do, guys. Does this natural tile need to be here? It does not. Oh, son of a bitch. Rolls in. Emily, how you doing? I'm completely sleep deprived and realizing we're running low on materials in here, so welcome to the madhouse. So what we're gonna have to do, we're really just gonna have to risk radiation poisoning and just start coring things out here, because we need to. So... oh my god, the challenges of a mini base. We need to get into space, guys, like ASAP, like yesterday. Alright. Let's queue up some dig action, because we need, we actually need materials. Beep up boop a dee boop boo. This level is going to be... okay, so let's come down instead of up. This is going to get a little bit crazy. Wait a second. No. Nether. Brain. So we're gonna lay a few things out. Namely that nonsense there. Madhouse is just right. Takes first row seat. Excellent. Cheers. I'm allowing myself 1 cup of coffee a day, and this is it. For breakfast, I had chicken nuggets, tater tots, and coffee, because there's something wrong with me as an individual. Okay. I am concerned about the amount or lack thereof of materials. I'd like to be running most of this with insulated pipes. Pretend it's not the 5th cup or so. Oh, nice. So, here's what's up with me and coffee. I make my coffee out of espresso grinds. So when I say coffee, I mean large cup of espresso. Which is why I think my body doesn't like me having more than one. Oh, good, good, good. Espresso all the way. Team rotten guts over here. So we're gonna go boop. Dear God, we are gonna run out of materials. We are goddamn gonna run out of materials. All right. I go strong, but add a lot of milk, so it's towards a latte, I guess. I add, I would say, a reasonable amount of milk. I don't know what reasonable is. Okay, so quick braining. This is going to be a thing. And then this is going to be our thermal regulator, right? Meow. So in theory, we bring another insulated pipe. Now I do believe we can get away with regular pipe there, and then radiant pipe there should do it, right? And then we got to get our loop back through. So, I don't know. I'm gonna run us out of materials. I guess let's draw it and see what's left. And if we can't make this work, I mean, that's our whole loop. That gets our dusk caps insulated or temperature regulated. I love coffee, but I'm not a coffee snob, so I don't actually know the words for stuff I mix together. Right. Same. I don't care what it is as long as it tastes good and wakes me up. I'm about it. So that goes there, that loops around, that goes up there, and then that goes through there and back into there. All right. This is going to be interesting. Now, we are still on the lookout for additional super dupes. We've got a little bit of a queue for naming them. Epidemus is up next, brought to you by Sweetney. Followed by Mr. Killer, brought to us by none other than Killer Jam himself. I'm going to be absurd today. Like absolutely batshit crazy. I was up till almost 3 in the morning playing Nightingale. That game is good. Anybody who likes survival games and fantasy stuff, highly recommend that game. It's absolutely phenomenal. I'm going to need to do a thing if we want to keep the pips in there. You have a Nisbet, you're good. Absolutely. Nisbets are phenomenal. They're probably my favorite. Airflow tile. Let's get that built at about a 9. You, Dog's Body, who I keep wanting to call Devin. Now, Dog's Body is not actually a dog's body. Dog's Body is our digger builder, but Squiddy named him Dog's Body. I think possibly to confuse and something. He's a trickster, that one. Now, we got to come up with creative ways to make materials. We've got metals raining down on us, so accessing space is definitely a keen possibility. We're going to let that drain into there. And we're going to go like this and boop like that. Sneezy, sneezy. Man, look at how quick they're moving. You see, that's the thing is, we have really badass dupes. Like, just really badass dupes. I keep thinking we should take... Well, we gotta take another one. We gotta take another one. But, I mean, yes, we want a good team. But these four are really knocking it out of the park. I mean, the map is small enough that more than 4 is not really necessary. We are still running on... What do you call it? Algae. Because our oxygen is coming out too hot, which is why we're setting this up. Next problem we're going to have, ladies and germs, is how we're going to power this goddamn thing. It's going to be a whole thing. Like a whole friggin' thing. How tall are these? Not short enough for me to squeeze additional ones in there. I mean, we have coal generators here, so I may consider... I mean, the problem is coal is a very limited resource on this map. We don't have too much to feed these guys. Now, I know this sounds insane, but hear me out. I think we have to go Sage Hatch. As much as we love our stone and our regular hatchlings, we can feed Sage Hatches polluted dirt. Now, we can't have a lot of them because we don't have a ton of polluted dirt, but we are filtering polluted water, right? So if we're filtering polluted water, we're going to wind up with polluted dirt. And we could just take that polluted dirt and drop it over to a Sage Hatch or two. They eat it, they make coal. Then we have coal that's not chewing into our building resources. So I think we take the Sage Hatch eggs off of this. This is something that immediately occurred to me right after the end of last stream. And that should get us a little bit of coal. Thing is I'd like to get off of all of that entirely. I'd like to get the hatches done and out of here. As soon as we mutate to glossy Drecos and get some plastic, we need to put in a geothermal setup. I mean, we got plenty of power hiding out in the form of heat down here. And we've already got diamond and steel just in here. There's refined carbon. Like, we could literally, like, just bloop down and grab ourselves a little bit of action down here. So that's something we're kind of working towards. Because, yeah, the geothermal is not infinite. But I don't want to... This is perfect, right? It does, however, mean we're going to have to come up with steel, which is heat, which is why we're running a cooling loop, so the important bits of our base don't get too freaking hot. It's Ani. It's just that perpetual grind to keep the places cold that need to stay cold. How much lime do we have? 285 kilos, and we only need... How much do we need to get steel? 10 kilos. You know what? We're going to bloop this to 0. We don't need lime at the moment. What we need is more iron. So, man, iron is coming in. Refined metal. We got 4 kilos there. There's copper ore there. There's... I mean, if we can survive long enough this small, the thermal energy will last for a long time. Yes. Yes, exactly. the main issue we're going to run into is we're not necessarily going to want it to last that long because, pardon me and my dying, we need to get this, we need the space. So we need to use the power efficiently and then and then get down here for the space. How much hydrogen do we have stored? Only 2 kilos because we got a lot going on. That's right. We're still backfilling our clean water. As soon as that pump's not running flat out, we should be in a good position. Now this tile is still 112 grams. Somehow or another, this is working. I don't know how. Don't ask me how. But this is staying at 112 grams. And this thing is still outputting hydrogen and oxygen, right? So either the hydrogen is getting deleted here, which I highly doubt because we have enough to keep power to everything, or it's getting pushed down here, which is what I think is actually happening, which is exactly what we wanted. We've got a fuck ton of oxygen built up here, 125 kilos per square. We've got enough oxygen that we could almost just stop producing oxygen, but at this rate, we really need to kind of do something. Oh, that's right. The reason we were crushing fossil to lime, I remember now, is because that gives us sedimentary rock. And that sedimentary rock we can crush up and get ourselves some sand, because we don't have sand on this map. This is all going to get to be a big problem a lot quicker than I would like it to be. Now, that's not to say, I mean, we've got a couple of tons, actually more than a couple of tons of building materials in these bits and pieces over here, which is why we're going to dig all this stuff out over here. I mean, here's the thing. We don't need to keep everything super temperature regulated at the moment. We need to keep our thimble reed alive, we need to keep our dusk caps alive, and we need to keep our mealwood alive. If we can keep that stuff alive, we're not in a bad position. So, and then we've got shove voles that are going to come online. I mean, the slicksters aren't going to provide us with a lot of food. They're probably just going to give us a little bit of crude and then die out from being too cold. We've got 2 pacu in with 2 pacu in here, so every once in a while we get a little cooked seafood. Obviously these things die. How many friggin' critters are in here? I'm starting to think we need to start eliminating some of this action. So let's, we have hatches and stone hatches. We'll, I feel like we gotta drop down. I mean, we've stockpiled a bit of coal, but how are we gonna power this bastard right here? What options do we have? Anybody got any suggestions? Oh, I know what we need to do. Oh, and it's gonna suck. It's gonna suck giant. We need to crack this open. This natural gas geyser. Desperately. Fuck me running. Oh, you know what? Insulated tiles. Let's cancel the insulated tiles now. Okay. If we can get the natural gas pumping, we can use that for power. It's not a bad jam. Okay, let's get this loop. Let's get this loop going. If we have to, we'll run off of coal power for a little while. If we have to. How much does this take? This takes 1,200, right? So we could, in theory, ditch one of these for a smart battery. And I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to deconstruct that bad boy. You know, we're planning here. We're going to deconstruct it. We needed these guys to jumpstart our system here, but our system, I'm not going to say it's super stable, but it's reasonably stable. reasonably. We've got 3 kilos of hydrogen per tile and 137 kilos of oxygen per tile, and our reserve water tanks are about to be completely filled. It'd be nice to set up some sort of decontamination chamber. Man, that thing is running hot. And Julie is running, it's going real hard. Good job, Julie. Now, we are running into some food poisoning issues because they're pulling out of the refrigerators here and then going through the bathroom. But once the food is stored here instead with a refrigerator up here, they won't be able to have the food in their hands. Like, they'll cook it here, but it'll immediately get swept up and dumped into our deep freeze and put in a refrigerator here at small amounts. So they'll have to come into here and grab it in here. So that works out just fine for me. I'm pretty happy about that. Oh, you know what one of our problems is going to be is this flour here. What temperatures are you good to? 50 degrees. Never mind. Let's not worry too much about that. That is definitely not a right now problem. Oh, that's not supposed to be a liquid pipe. That is actually supposed to be a radiant pipe, which we don't have the materials for. And we don't have liquid going into... Oh, okay, hang on. Let's change the routing on this, because we need to be able to get at that somehow. Right? We're already running a nightmare of a system here. We need refined metal, and our refinery is not set up. How are we going to run refined? How are we going to do that? I think we have to make a few more minor adjustments to this pipe flow here. I think what we got to do, let's snip that there, snip that there. You are going to run like that, right? And then you're going to get snipped, and you're going to run like that. We'll delete that, and we'll delete that for now. It's a little bit more straightforward. Is there water in this pipe? There's water in that pipe. Cancel deconstruct. The bridge itself can get deconstructed because that doesn't have contents. That can get deleted. Do we have a plumber in the house? We do not have a plumber in the house. Let's get creative. After they delete the bridge, we'll link that up to here. And then that'll flow inward. And that'll be fine. You actually can't get deleted because we are going to use this pipe to go like that. Oh my god. Oh, wait. We do want to do that. Liquid bridge. It's like a puzzle game. How's this guy doing? 4335 of 5 tons. Now we should have 15 tons of stored water. So if we have to do some reconfiguring of some pipes in here, we'll have a nice backlog. What I do want to do is give ourselves a way to pull clean water out of here. Now we don't have to worry about it too much right now, but we are essentially going to put a bridge so that it always prioritizes getting water to our air. And then we'll jump out of there somehow to bring water into our base. It's going to be a very convoluted system, but we got to take some things into account. You know, the funny thing about this has already got me wanting to do another playthrough of this. Like, not to be crazy or anything, but I feel like every time you do a playthrough on something like this, you come up with better ways to do things. And I've already got a better sense of how to get all this done. All right, let me think for a second here. Right, we gotta really make efficient use of our time, right? The loop is important, but without power for the loop, we're totally effed, right? All right, so let's. I know I keep talking about planning, but this is just all friggin' planning, right? So let's say, okay, so our wall is going to be here. Right. I always forget that you can hotkey locations. So let's draw our wall a little bit right here, right? And you remember what I was saying, like, what do we do with this space around this guy? What if, and hear me out here, what if we slap down a natural gas generator? Do we even have those researched yet? Of course not. Natural gas generator. I think it's about the same size as a hydrogen generator. Maybe one taller. So what we could do... We have our natural gas storage over here. This may have been a bit of a mistake. Because here's what I'm thinking, right? Here's what I'm thinking. I mean, yes, we need natural gas over at our kitchen, which is why I put this here. I don't know what to do with this space over here. So what if, instead of storing our natural gas here, right? What if we store it over here near the natural gas geyser? And what if we set up a natural gas generator or two? Now, okay, let's talk issues with with different ways of doing things, right? If we set up our natural gas generator over here, we then have to get the power, the polluted water, and the CO2 out. The CO2, I feel like, is the least of our worries. We could easily stick in an infinite storage for CO2 just in case we need it. Or we could just, when we pop open this, we can dump it into space up here, right? So easy to deal with either way. I kind of feel like we might want to slap in an infinite storage because on a map this small, every resource counts, right? Either way, we've got to run a natural gas pipe across. We either got to run it across to get it into the storage, or we got to run it out of the storage to get it into our range. Either way, we got to do something, right? But since I don't have a plan for this side of the map, I kind of feel like it's a good idea to put natural gas generators. I kind of feel like we should move this over here. Put natural gas generators over here, put a pump over here, maybe a few transformers so we don't have to run heavy wire across our our rocket tunnel here, and eventually we're going to have to pop some steel. We can do a short tunnel for our rocket silo here because we're going to be starting with a steam engine. Or we could do CO2, quite honestly. I like steam engines, though. You get a lot of space out of a little, and you don't have to use too much of anything. Plus, it's a good place to dump some heat. You stick an aqua tuner in a room and just put a liquid vent in there so you can dump liquid in and pump steam into a rocket. As long as you don't overpressure the liquid vent, you're good. Okay, so that being said, we might have to get Amelia back on research. And by might, I mean definitely. I mean, it's not a big deal. We are going to be mutating Drecos long before we get into plastic presses. What is this? Small solid oxidizer tank. Not a huge thing. We do need to get over to here eventually, but let's take one step at a time. One step at a time. So let's get that research going. We're going to continue working on this loop. We'll temporarily power the cooling loop with either power coming off of this system or with some coal generators. Right now we've got plenty of algae to work off of, so I'm perfectly happy processing and stockpiling gases and getting polluted dirt, which we could eventually process into something else, either coal or regular dirt. I'd also like to get our pip ranch up and running. That is going to require us to work a cooling loop. We are going to put that in right here. Oh, let's cancel this situation, right? I'm over here like, what should we be doing first? All of it. We should be doing all of it first. Every last bit of it. If everything's an emergency, nothing is an emergency. Guys, thank you all for hanging out today. I know a lot of people are just out there lurking. I know a few people have responsibilities that they're doing. Some of our friends and family are also streaming. I appreciate anybody who's chilling out, doing the thing. We're going to be posting all the VODs from the MINIBASE playthrough as well as the RimWorld playthrough up on the YouTube. I like doing that. Some people like it, some people don't like it. You know, everybody's got an opinion on the internet, and you know what they say about opinions. I'm not distracted. No, I really appreciate everybody. We've grown a really nice community here. Everybody has just been absolutely wonderful, and I couldn't be happier. I could be more well-rested because my brain just keeps wanting to do stuff, but that's a whole other story. Oh, we got Sweetle. We got a Sweetle, Sweetle, Sweetle. So, Wild Planet Dusk Caps being tended by Sweetles. How's the shove vole closet coming along? 70% on the first round. To get 6 shove vole eggs last time, that's just phenomenal. Yeah, I don't know, guys. We got a lot to get done. And the heat is starting to creep in. You guys are good up to 30, right? Yeah, up to 30. We're at 25 up there. So we are going to have to get that sorted sooner rather than later. We interjected way too much heat when I started pumping the oxygen through here, so... So we're just going to let them go. We're going to let them do their thing. We're not going to be pushing 2, 3, going super fast. When you go too fast, I feel like problems arise on a map like this. You need to keep an eye on it. So we're gonna do a little hands off. Watch the ants go, and a little chit chat. So what we've got going on as far as the channel goes, this week we've been doing RimWorld and Ani. RimWorld was Monday, Wednesday, and will be tomorrow as well. Tuesday and today we're working on the MINIBASE, And now Saturday I did put up a poll. Usually we play like puzzle games or platformers or one-offs of some sort on the weekend, but I wanted to see if anybody wanted to check out some Satisfactory. We did a little bit of we did like a couple of weeks for Satisfactory was the main game, because I am addicted to that game as well as Nightingale, which we'll talk about in a second here. And so I put a poll up: do we start the next Myst game or do we do Satisfactory? And Satisfactory, as far as I know, is winning the poll. I'll have to double check on that. You know, I don't think 7 is the appropriate number. Let's go down to 4 animals. We're feeding them too many rocks. Now the question is... Raymond, was what do you want to be? Fight Club reference. Great movie. Question is, do we want to leave stone hatches or regular hatches? I feel like mutation from regular hatches to sage hatches is more likely. Hold on. Let's do a little reading, right? I know, reading. What a terrible, terrible thing. Hatch. These guys eat 140 kilos of something to produce 70 kilos of coal. Stone hatch. 140 to 70. So same conversion ratio. The only advantage to the stone hatches is they'll eat igneous rock. Quite frankly, if once we crack in here and actually start pulling igneous rock, which is going to take time, by then I expect to not need hatches at all. We should have alternate power sources in place. So I kind of feel like stone hatches are just... they're not going to be the way we go. I know that sounds absolutely insane. If anybody's got any reasons why I'm an idiot, let me know. Let me go into priorities right quick. We've got everybody upticked on combat, right? Because stone hatches can be assholes about combat. They are pretty obnoxious. God, I do kind of feel like stone hatches need to die. They're cramped in here. Why are you cramped? Oh, because we've got multiple eggs in here. Even though there's only a handful of creatures, the eggs are cramping them. Well, anybody super old as far as the hatches go? I feel like the stone hatches are super young anyway. Okay. I dropped it down to 4 creatures and took stone hatches off the list. Let's see how everybody works with that. We do need to get to mechatronics to get automation, but one thing at a time. 2 guys to a fight. 1 fight at a time, fellas. Sorry, I'm just going to quote Fight Club all day because my brain is total goddamn mush. So... 18,000 lice loaf. I gotta... We've got 3 stone hatch eggs in there. Let's pop those bad boys. I feel bad about it. I really, really do. I really feel bad about not going into stone hatches. I just think it was a mistake. Sages processing polluted dirt, I think, is a better option for us. And we're probably only going to make enough polluted dirt to support 1 or 2 sage hatches, but we should get off of coal power as quick as humanly possible, or dupingly possible, as the case may be. Why are you radiant pipe? Oh, this is fine to be regular liquid pipe. All right, brain. Good job, brain. Past Nether actually did what he was supposed to do. So, yeah, we're not going to need a lot of coal, right? Our coal supply, because we're not going to be running on coal power. We do not have enough income of materials to feed hatches forever. So if we can get 1 or 2 sage hatches processing all of our polluted dirt down into coal, that should provide us with enough coal for refined carbon and diamond, which we've got plenty of diamond and tungsten and all that good stuff down here to play with once we cool this area down. Because we're going to need to have drill cones. Now, I opted for the spaced out version of this, but if you guys look, I don't think we can even see it on the star map, there are no extra planets to land on. There is an option to do that, but I looked at them, and they're bigger maps than this, like almost to the point where it would make sense to set up your primary base on one of the other planets. And I could have tweaked with settings and done all this stuff, but I figured to give ourselves a little bit of challenge, since we're not doing max difficulty or anything like that, we'd have no other planets. So basically, we're going to have rockets constantly going out to all of the mining nodes with drill cones and getting us materials, which means we have to have a food source that lasts long enough for them to go out on their drill missions. We have to have several pilots who are going to stay in space, which is why we're building this. I know everybody was asking, like, well, not everybody, but Emily was asking last stream, how many dupes are we going with? Because this is enough to support about 16 dupes, plus or minus, depending on what other activities you've got going on, right? The reason we're doing that is we only plan on 8 at most terrestrial dupes, but we do have to keep some dupes continually flowing through. In other words, they're going to launch, they're going to mine, they're going to come back, we're going to stock up the ship, they're going to launch and dig. So we're going to have mining ships constantly coming back in and going back out. Medicine, athletics, strength, no digging. No, I don't want small bladder. I don't want mouth breather or allergies. Squeamish isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world, but the decreased morale bonus, we're just going to grab mallow seeds. We don't really need them for much of anything. Maybe we'll eventually get to, hardcore decorating in this run. We are talking about... My goal is space materials. I have had really long playthroughs, hundreds, I think even... several hundred hours into like a playthrough, but it was my first long-term playthrough. We did it all on stream. I never got space materials. We were on the verge because we were setting up the resin planet, right? And then never quite pulled it off. So I don't want to stop this game until we get space materials. That's goal number 1. Goal number 2 does not exist at the moment. I don't know what else we're going to do. Because if we get space materials, I'm going to want to stay in the game a bit longer to use them. I'd love to put in a few, like, legit insulation pipes. I'd love to use some super coolant in our systems, that instead of just pea water nonstop. So, research complete. Excellent. So that gets us into a lot of things. You know what I mean? It's like, what's the next goal after space materials? I'm not sure what that should be. Should we try and build a monument on this small-ass planet? I mean, you guys know how I work. If the goal is to build a monument, I'm just going to wind up sticking it in one of the rocket tunnels. We'll just go until we have plenty of materials, and we'll just dump one into the rocket tunnel real quick. I mean, it's kind of lame though. So we've done Home Sweet Home as a goal for a challenge playthrough before. So I kind of feel like we unlocked the tear on that long playthrough I was talking about. We could theoretically try to unlock the tear on this. Is that a good idea though? Is that something we want to do? Do we want to try and get to the tear? And if we do want to try and get to the tear, how much do we want to get done before we do that as our main goal? You know what I mean? Like, we could hang out and over prepare. It's kind of like RimWorld. Like, yeah, we want to launch the ship. How much do you want to get done before you want to launch the ship? Do you want to have bionic super soldiers where every limb and organ has been replaced with absolutely perfect bionic versions before you start it? Do you want everybody in power armor and totally like juiced up on all the drugs that make them better? Or do you want to like get there as fast as possible, give everybody a little bit of flak and a coat and send them out with a gun? How much do you want to prepare to do everything? So if anybody's got any suggestions for a long-term goal for this playthrough, please do let me know. We are open to suggestions here at the Netherland Madness House. Speaking of RimWorld, we're going to be doing that tomorrow. We've been doing it. Tomorrow will be day 6 or 7. I don't know. Yesterday we had a massive population explosion. 4 new recruits. Well, we've got 1 that we're still recruiting from a raid. And lice loaf omelet barbecue meal lice. Gotta love it. And we've got muckroot saved for our first space expedition. Excellent. Massive population explosion. Everybody's got an assault rifle. Most people have flak chests. Everybody's got duster, button down. Well, I think we might need 1 or 2 more dusters and button downs and what. But that playthrough is going quite well. We're not out of the woods as far as risk. I mean, you never are when you're playing against Randy. He's kind of an asshole, and he makes it difficult. That being said, we're not doing too bad. We're not doing too bad at all in that playthrough. I'm fairly confident, as long as I don't make any stupid mistakes on my part, that we should be able to take that one all the way. Tell me I don't have Draco eggs in here. Good. I thought we had more Dracos than that, quite honestly. I thought we had... Well, no, 4 was right. I think we had... I thought we had 5 or 6, but as long as they're not... Why are you glum? Is it because you're hungry? Glum. I mean, you got 9,000 calories. %, chance on a glossy Dreklet. Okay. Anyway, I think the RimWorld playthrough is going quite well. Very happy with that. And we will get more progress in on that ASAP. I do want to continue to keep Ani and RimWorld as kind of the forefront of our play sessions here. When we get done with that RimWorld playthrough, we will take a little bit of a break. And I think when we do that, I'd like to devote a little bit of a time to play through Hollow Knight. I've been talking about it. I bought it when it was on sale in November, and I have not been able to actually play it since then. So, you know what? Let's stop. If we need the sedimentary rock, we'll do it, but at the moment, 6 of 4 creatures. I don't want to murder everybody in here because... I mean, we do have replacement eggs. The stone hatches are so freaking young. Like, I'd rather them lay a couple of eggs that we can turn into omelets and then kill them when they're old. So, that's kind of the plan. We'll keep these 2 playthroughs as kind of the main jam for a while. When we finish the RimWorld playthrough, we're probably going to replace RimWorld with Hollow Knight for a little while before we start another RimWorld playthrough. Barb, welcome back. How was the gym? That felt like it was a quick one, but I guess I have been streaming for an hour now. What we could do to augment our power, and I know I sound like an insane person, we could hire a few more dupes and just stuff them on wheels. We really could. Like, if we hired another 4 dupes and just had them run non-stop, that's what, like 1,600 power? That's 1,600 power. With no real byproduct except a small... Don't forget they need to be badass dupes. Yeah, I know they need to be badass dupes. That's the problem with hiring new people on this playthrough. We're running into a materials issue, Barb, because we're using insulated pipe for our cooling loop because we kind of have to. So between insulated and radiant pipe, we're in a situation where we are running low on materials. Not low, but low enough that I'm concerned. And I'm culling our hatch farm here. We're going to switch over to like one sage hatch as our main hatch situation. We can't be feeding stone to this group of nonsense over here, and I feel like an asshole. But we do have an infinite source of polluted dirt in our polluted water here, and once we have our other food sources fully online, we're really not going to need these guys for food. We just need a little bit of coal so we can make refined carbon, diamond for space, which the start of is already down here once we get to geothermal. So hatches need to be low priority, very low priority. So we already cracked the stone hatch eggs that were here. As these guys are really young, so we're gonna let them age out. Sand? No, we don't have sand on this map. We're getting sand by crushing rock. So another problem. We're going to be using regolith as filtration medium, but until we can build a cooling chamber, because everything up here is 400 degrees. I'm not trying to stick 400 degree material in the base somewhere. So we've got metals and regolith up here that we could be using. We got uranium too. I mean, Jesus. Another uranium's at 42C. Don't know how that happened. I mean, if we could build up here and like... we just can't. We can't build up there. Just, there's a lot of things we could do differently if we built up here. So what we're doing, we need to be able to power the aqua tuner over here. So we're probably going to go temporarily on the coal, which means we got to process enough metals to make another smart battery. If you feel like it, you could make that ceramic factor we were talking about with that slush geyser. Yeah, we have one of the deodorizers down here, right? I don't think we can actually fit a second one because we need a system to filter back polluted oxygen. So the vent's probably going to have to go there, but we'll deal with that. We'll deal with that when we get there. We have to get plastic for the mini pump and a few other things going before we can really even think about that. Right now, our big deal is we got to fight the heat. So we're running a loop, and then once the loop is done running, we have to figure out how we're going to power it. We're probably going to go temporarily on these 2 cold gens dedicated to running the thermo aqua tuner with a smart battery. But at the moment, we just researched natural gas because this is a natural gas geyser. We're going to move this theoretical infinite storage over here to this side of the map. And we're going to put in like a mini power station over here with natural gas, which we're going to have to be able to reclaim the polluted water. But, no matter what you do, there's going to be problems. Either we bring stuff across this rocket tunnel one way or cross it the other way. We got to cross the rocket tunnel with stuff. So since I don't know what to shove into this corner, we're going to put the infinite natural gas over here. Like you said, ceramic. We'll eventually make a little bit of ceramic. That'll help us get things across to the eventual gas range. But we're not going to worry about that just yet. There's a lot of problems that, as Francis would say, are going to be getting put on the long finger. Just because we don't have the way to do this. Well, if you don't think ahead, you die on a map like this, so what we're going to do is, instead of... That'll get us some space back over here. We could jam something in over here. We're going to move the shove vole closet eventually. Our natural planet stuff, our shove voles, and our random wild animals, including the pacu, the pips, all that stuff, it's going to help augment our food situation quite good. Dog's body over here might get a little bit irradiated, but we're on normal, so he should be fine. Everybody will be fine. So we need to go down. So 2, boop, 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 boop. Let you get a little bit of action going here. We'll do that. Actually, all of this should be good because we've got those stairs there, so we'll do that. I mean, I feel like I'm just barely ahead of the curve here. Our big thing is we're gonna do a lot of pivoting the moment we start getting plastic in from the glossies, which we might be. Yeah, we're starting to build a nice little stockpile of hydrogen over here. So once we get a little bit more, I'm probably gonna pump some more hydrogen in over here so we can regrow scales a bit faster. Ooh, fungal spore. Let's get you down here so the pips can plant that. That's more wild food. We need one more to fill out what we got going on down here. Other than that, we really do kind of have to move this whole system. Not sure where our industrial area is. I mean, long term, it's actually probably going to be down here somewhere, because this is where the oil reservoir is. So, you know, processing, power, all that stuff right down here at the bottom of the map, on this side of the tunnel. Because we need 35 tiles, and we need a room for a goal being up here, 2 bunker doors across, and then a layer of airlocks, the automated airlocks up here. That way we can slam the door quickly with the airlocks to trap all the steam, which means we can recycle the heat from the steam. It's going to be there are going to be a lot of intertwined systems here. But yeah, we do need to plan on catastrophe, essentially. If we could get a makeshift cooling loop up, I'd be happy. If we could also get that deep freeze I was talking about up, I'd be ecstatic. We've got 43.2 tons of algae, which is more than we had at the beginning of last stream. So we're positive on algae because we're still digging out some of the map, which is fantastic. I'd like to get the pip farm going soon-ish. Oh my fucking god. Okay, you're not stuck. Ladder 9. Ladder 9. Damn idiots are going to get themselves stuck. So yeah. The question becomes then, where do we want to stay? Okay. We'll do a little planning after we get a little bit more work done. I mean, we can't get too far ahead of ourselves. We need all these systems in place. Ooh, Slickster's online. A little bit of crude oil already. Wonderful, guys. Absolutely wonderful. Couldn't be happier about that situation. And it's just that little bit toasty down here. Good for you guys. Yeah, because they were born hot, so they will cool off. But that should keep them happy because their own heat will keep them happy a bit. It'll be nice to snag that little bit of crude. It's going to be helpful in liquid locks and other such things as we progress through here. Shenanigans all day long. On the plus side, our polluted water is right next to where we want our cooling loop. On the minus side, Nether did not set up a buffer for the cooling loop. Do we set it up before or after? Before is probably a better idea. All right. Minor alterations to things. We're going to put those there. We are going to cancel those. That's going to come over to there, and that's going to come down there. Now these guys will drown eventually, so we're going to try and stay on top of mopping this. God, I got to actually take care of my real life. I haven't answered the phone in like a week or two, so... Yeah, but I got medical calls I gotta catch up with. I got like important life calls I gotta catch up with. If I could just stop staying up till 2, 3 in the morning playing video games, I might actually be able to get some stuff like that done before stream. I literally woke up an hour before stream, guys, which is why we've basically got bedhead going on today with the hawk. Although it does look kind of good. It's got a nice slant to it. Yeah, exactly. Ew, life is right on the money, Emily. Ooh, that's not quite where we want to be. Does it matter? Nothing matters in this playthrough. On the plus side, digging all this out has gotten us more materials. On the minus side, we're letting radiation through. We do have a setup over here for material research, but given that these bad boys require 120 and 480, we're talking 600 dedicated watts of power. Power is the thing we're chasing until we can get to geothermal. Once we get to geothermal, we'll have power for a little while. That'll ease up on our thing. We can even stick our aqua tuners for our cooling loops in the steam chamber so we can recycle all of our heat into power. But that's really dependent on when we get glossy Drecos, because our oil is inside the magma biome. So until we're able to actually cool the magma biome down and process it into whatever, we can't actually access that. So we're going to try and lean on our natural gas and hydrogen and whatever else the case may be. I mean, we knew this. Want to read a quote from Jones sugarcane soda? I mean, you know, I trust you for it to be tasteful, so yeah. You're doing great. Cheers to that, buddy. What cup of coffee are you on? This is my... I'm not going to lie. I over-poured the water a little bit, so we're on like 1 1/6 of a cup of coffee. We're slightly over the 1 cup, but... by about that much. Alright, badass dupe or helpful materials? Ice. Ooh, sexy. Sexy, sexy, sexy. 4 tons of ice can go a long way. That's 4 ice temp shift plates. Cup and a half. I mean, let's just see. Excavation, creativity, athletics. No thank you, Catalina. Creativity, athletics, agriculture, can't do cooking. Not thrilled with that. Joya seeds are nice, but... fine and dandy like sour candy. Ned Flanders. We gotta take the ice. Gotta take the ice. How do you say no to ice? On a map where we don't have a cooling solution fully dialed in yet. Now the question is, where do we need this ice? Thoughts on where to shove the ice? Had to call it early. Nobody saw that. Doesn't count. Right. The thing is, I don't want to freeze out any of our plants. And none of them are overheating just yet. Oh, for your stream? Yeah, I hear you. Sometimes you got to call it early. When your internet drops, when you're not up to par with your energy levels, etc., etc. Now, leaving it in ice form, it's not going to go nuts, particularly. No, that it's the affiliate grind wanting to meet. Right. Like I said, the affiliate grind is a tough one because, like, I was doing it, and I was, like, grinding hard. Felt like it would never happen. And then all of a sudden one day I logged in and I was like, oh, shit, I have affiliate. Interesting. So ice is nice. I think we got to just stick it in the water tank. No, we're not going to temp shift plate it so it doesn't melt quickly. I think we just stick it in the water tank somewhere. Maybe actually on a piece of abyssalite so it doesn't transfer temperature too easily. And we'll just kind of store it there. If it melts, we get more fresh water in the fresh water tank. If it doesn't, we have it to shift around later. And either way, this is one of the toastier parts of the base. I got my build a community from yesterday's second stream. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats on that. I'm going to move that there. Looking at green and yellow and red. Absolutely. Squiddy, what's up? How you doing, man? Thank you for banging your brain against a wall trying to get the server running proper again. I know it's been an absolute nightmare for you. Guys, we're going to do a shout out for our good friend Squiddy WTF over here. Great dude. Plays a lot of different games. A lot of PF, Phantom Forces, but also Minecraft and all sorts of other good stuff. And is the whole reason we have a community server. Although... Oh, wait, did you... The blub pipe thing for squid. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we got to give you some blub. I know you love the blub. There doesn't seem to be a lot of blub because it's not flowing fast, but... There it is. Is my audio not at the right level? Oh, yeah. Hang on. What are you guys hearing audio-wise? Yeah, you guys aren't getting proper audio. I think I turned it down a little while back. Let's give you guys a little bit more juice. There we go. There's some blub. Squiddy says I'm a genius. Amazing. I streamed literally once, and ever since Twitch bugs me with getting back to it and next steps. I wish you could just turn that off. I mean, I ignore a lot of stuff that gets sent to me by all of those things. block things, ignore things, you know, all that good stuff. Mm-hmm. Alright, that's not heating up super quick, which is good. It shouldn't exchange too much temperature. It shouldn't exchange any temperature at all with the abyssalite below it. So it's only going to exchange temperature with the water around it. It did just go down 0.1. Okay, it will eventually melt in here. If it starts getting close to 0, we might slap a couple of plates down. But we'll keep an eye on the ice. That was a nice little treat. Ice is nice. With chicken and rice. No idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I wish Laz wasn't sick because I'm bored in the living room. The little floating octopus purple, little crude pooping critters. Octopus pooping critters. Excellent. No idea what you're talking about, but we're all good. Are these made of gold? Those are made of copper. Oh, this is outputting at 30 degrees, right? Alright, so this is going to go dormant soon. Which is what it is. We've got our electrolyzers running flat out. Because, slicksters. That's, yeah, I thought that might be what you were talking about. They look more like, living carpets to me. Got dirt coming in. We're harvesting more resources. More resources is good. More resources is very good. I am dying to get a pip ranch online, but at the same time, it's not an essential thing. We've got plenty of dirt. 91.5 tons of dirt is plenty of dirt to play with for a while. Ooh, another thimbleweed seed. On a map like this, it used to be Pacus would probably be the OP thing to do. You know, make a little Pacu farm type thing. But since they changed the way Pacu work, that's not going to be a thing. The shovels are really gonna do some wonderful stuff for us, so. Oh, I see a problem with this. They're gonna be able to go around. There's gonna be a lot more food poisoning. We're gonna make these doors one way. So that they have to come back through the bathroom. Because they're going to come through here. Like, they're going to use the bathroom, come through here, come around. So we're going to make these so they can only go that way. Then they'll have to climb up and come back through here. We will solve that problem other ways. But for now, we're going to do it that way. That doesn't work, I think. Why doesn't that work? Oh, them going to the fridge is a known problem. That is a known problem. We can't do anything about that till we get our deep freeze set up, which was why I wanted that to be part of our day-to-day. It's just a matter of powering this thing. That's our big problem right now. Do the opposite. I don't know what you're talking about. I am very tired today, so you'll have to speak in full thoughts. A back and forth conversation with even the small delay here, I'm going to have no idea what anybody's talking about. So if anybody has suggestions, please make them in full thoughts from beginning to end. Like, If we need to number the doors and floors, we can do that so that we can communicate. But I cannot function on any type of reasonable level. So I want them to be able to go right so the cook can get to the kitchen. I mean, we could block this off so they have to come this way to do stuff. Yeah, you know what? Let's put a door there temporarily. And then I'll change the... Yeah, we'll change this. No passy. I know, Barb. I know. It's that has been a problem that's been well known and well established since we planned and built the kitchen. There is no way to avoid that right now. We're dealing with the occasional food poisoning. That's why one of today's goals is to get the deep freeze up. Because the deep freeze will put our ingredients here and our food here with the refrigerator here. So that problem will get sorted, but for now we have no way around that. Actually, what we can do is put this double direction. Nah, that still doesn't solve it. Because the toilets are on the other side. Unfortunately, this is just how it's going to have to be for now. There are concessions that we have to make. You can't get out, can you, you son of a bitch bastard? Will you do that? You will. Okay, good job. Good job, dog's body. I am going to disable the carbon skimmer right now, just because I don't want it skimming any carbon. I don't see what you're talking about, Barb. I'm really, really sorry. I don't see how I would prioritize the doors. Like, they have to come back through here to wash their hands. Like, they use the toilets, and if they use the toilets and go this way, they've got dirty hands. If they come to the kitchen to get food and go this way, they wash their hands, but they may end up with food that has food poisoning. I honest to God do not see what you're talking about. I'm sorry, I don't see it. Now, I know we can cut out the bottom. I know we can cut there. I know we can cut there. For now, we'll do that. You just make they not be able to go right on the door between the toilet and the kitchen, so they have to go the long way around to where you're doing all the digging. Okay. Okay. I got you. So this door. So the cook would have to go around to come up to the kitchen. I'll tell you what. We'll give it a try. We'll give it a try. No, I don't like that. No. We're just gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it. I'm sorry. That would just be too much of a long commute. It really would. I'm sorry. We're gonna go this way. I get what you're saying. I don't think it's an optimal situation. How is our loop doing? Is our loop actually fully built? Oh, forking shirt balls. I think our loop is built. Okay. I probably asked before but forgot. Sorry, but is there another planet on... you can set it up so there is, Emily. But I opted not to. I was talking about that earlier. I did a lot of like testing and looking at maps and stuff to decide how I wanted to do the settings on this. The thing is, the second and third planet that would be in here, if you set that option, are actually bigger than this planet, to the point where it makes sense to shift to those planets as your primary base. And I just kind of felt like it wasn't in the spirit of MINIBASE, because now you've got all this extra space to build and play in. So I left that disabled, and what they did is they added extra mining points of interest with the materials that you would normally get from the other planets that you would land and populate. But those mining points of interest are far enough out that you have to get to higher tier rockets and able to get to them and grab stuff. So they set up basically points of interest in like a radius. Like, we can get more stone and coal and all that pretty close to our home planet. But if we want to get any of the good materials, we have to go out to the next tier. And if we want to get any badass space materials, we got to get all the way out to the furthest tier. So they did a good job balancing it in theory, I think. So I'm pretty stoked about that. Now, before we even fuck with anything, I'm going to split that there. So so we start filling our tank with polluted water over here. So yeah. So while we're filling the tank, let's have Nether go in here and do some connecting. Oh, right, because we don't have that material. And what I am going to do is I'm going to leave this part snipped out for now. Kilos. Yeah, I think they did a good job of balancing the mod. Actually, let's do 7 to there. And let's do 6 there. That way they do all of that. That Pip still hasn't planted that other bit. Are you young or old? 44 years old. You should be fine to do stuff. Alright, the Pacu are about to age out. Oh no, they're not. They're just laying eggs. Oh, that Pacu is about to age out. We got a new egg. Ice is rising in temperature. We got to keep an eye on the stuff we got to keep chill. The connect and cancel, it's like muscle memory. I feel, oh yeah. I feel like, you know, they have the disconnect tool. I almost feel like there should be the opposite of the disconnect tool. So you have a connect tool. So you don't have to actually connect and cancel type thing. You know? But, you know, maybe I'm the asshole. We have wart seed. Excellent. That means we're going to be able to actually use radiation. I have an interesting idea. What if we use wart seeds to kill the germs in some of this stuff? Okay, we might use some radiation in this playthrough. We could use, yeah, the uranium ore that I don't know what to do with up here. We could build metal tiles out of the uranium ore and put them in our germy water. Like, we could put them in a lot of places and use those uranium things to kill bacteria. Okay, ideas are coming. Ideas are coming, guys. Gotta pull all the tricks. Pull all the tricks to get this stuff sorted. How do I want to route the cable down here? Are we gonna run? We're going to have to run that stuff, right? Okay. Let's pause for just a second. I hate to heat up our clean water, but we got to do something. We got to do something for coolant. You know when somebody talks about something and they have no clue what they're talking about, but they're so confident? Oh, yeah. I used to tell my friends I could come up with reasonable things and speak confidently about it, even though I have no idea what I'm talking about. Basically what you're talking about right now. And one of them asked me, like, okay, if you can make things up that sound realistic, why do sloths move so slow? I was like, well, through years of evolution and not having any natural predators, the sloth evolved a slower metabolism to make better use of calories so that they don't have to waste energy in food. Because they're not hunted or attacked by anything, there's no need for them to move fast, and you might as well save calories. And they're like, that sounds right. And I'm like, I have no idea. I don't know anything about sloths. So Not only do I know what you're talking about, I can do what you're talking about. Let's do a little shout out for Sweetney. I don't know if you're still streaming, Sweetney, but just in case you are popping on and streaming, there's Sweetney's links. You guys can go and check that out. Wonderful human being. Go give him some love. Of course, of course. What the hell was I trying to figure out? I think we do this. And that. Right, we were trying to figure out how we're going to run our pipes for refinement, right? That was the game we were playing. We need to pump from here, which already is a problem. I'll do that. That's right, we had insulated pipes coming from the output, which is why those insulated pipes are there. Let's straighten these pipes out a little bit, just so we have room for, leave that snipped for now. We'll straighten that out there, then this can take over some of this pipeline, then we've got a space for a few, bridges. Actually... Yeah. So, as far as... there's a problem. This water is too hot. We may very well just wind up using this ice on this water for sake of processing. Yeah, Okay, so let's just make sure we're not chopping through any natural tiles. That goes there. Into the input. Gonna have to move these already. We're gonna put that there. Output's going to come up and go this way up to here. We'll have to bring it across up here, so these are going to get changed. That will get changed. That and that can get deleted. No, that has to stay. And then these should be insulated. And we need, let's just get some work going already. We'll need a bridge there. Okay, that's work. And we really do need to get them to get all of this stuff cleaned out ASAP because we got to do our power over there. We got a little bit of food poisoning going on, but it is what it is. That all being said, we could really use the resources. They're using that as a pathway at the moment. Let's do that. Food. 21,000 life loaf. We're fine. The other thing about taking more dupes on is we have to produce more food. Now, I think with what we accomplished last time and what we got going on right now, I think having more food is more reasonable to attain than it once would have been. The Sweetle tending the fungal spores. I think the problem we're having here is this one needs to be uprooted. So we're going to let these grow. And once they get harvested next time around, we'll uproot them. And then this pip should plant that there. Yeah, it's probably what's going on. Always looking at temperature in this game. Okay, we're getting there slowly but surely. I'm confident we'll be able to get our makeshift cooling loop up. I don't know for sure that we're actually going to be able to get up our... It's looking less and less likely that we're going to be able to get up our deep freeze because we're shifting our attention to getting that natural gas going. We are definitely putting the infinite storage on that side. So, you know what? I'm not going to worry about it just this second. We'll let them build the things that I've already got queued up because those things are going to help us in that direction first. Everything has got to get done. Everything is an emergency. Ooh. Creativity, machinery, piloting, shriveled taste buds, green thumb, yokel. Abraham. Let's really think about this. Julie is cooking, planting, and ranching. A lot for one dupe to handle, but she's handling it like a champ lately. So Abe could help out with that. Machinery-wise... Machinery-wise, they could operate. Creativity means we could actually have an artist for the community, but I mean, artist, you can kind of respec anybody into art. They may be slow at it, but I don't think it's necessary to have someone who's got a passion in art. I mean, Stinky's legit an artist, but I'm not taking critter aversion. I think the hardest choice on this is that nutrient bars don't spoil and will make good food for our first trip into space. And Abe, although they've got skills we need, they're a little bit scattered. The machinery and rocketry are not going to overlap. The creativity, not necessarily the best. They don't actually have a passion in agriculture, just the green thumb trait. The yokel can't do researching. I mean, that becomes a problem because they have piloting, and a lot of times our pilot winds up having to do researching. I mean, we're going to send Amelia into space, most likely as far as research is concerned. Abe, I think on most playthroughs, Abe would be a good get at this point in the game, but compared to calories that don't go bad for our first space trip, I don't think it's worth taking on. God, we are never going to get another dupe. Let me make sure that nobody's eating nutrient bars. Excellent. They're not on the consumables list. The decisions you have to make when you're working with limited stuff here. 13 units of reed fiber is not bad. 12 kilos of hydrogen. We're not going to steal any more hydrogen from there just yet. I want to. I want to get, well, 12 kilos. All right, let's steal a little hydrogen. I lied. I'd like to get the hydrogen down to like this level maybe. In fact, yeah, because I'd like to avoid alright. I take back what I took back. We're gonna do that. I want the vent at this level, because that'll save us from eye irritation. And should still give us reasonable growth rates. We are going to have to design a smaller, more efficient glossy Dreco farm at one point. We might actually slap that in like over here type of thing. There's also the fact that we'd like to get... In theory, what I'd like is to have 2 breeders for glossy Dracos. Like, just enough space for 2 of them. Which we were doing some designing. It's not an easy fit. It really isn't an easy fit. And if we could do that, then we would also have a chamber for overflow. Like, where all the eggs are dropped, and we just... Basically, eggs are dropped, shearing station exists, bing, bang, boom. And that would get us a lot of plastic. Now, as far as reed fiber goes, I guess we could keep... We're going to worry about that later. A lot of this side of the map is very temporary, because we are going to put a rocket silo here. This side of the map kind of has to be built with reasonable amounts of permanence in mind, because our first rocket silo is going here. Now, it's going to start as a short one, so like we'll be able to continue using lower bits down here for a while, but a lot of things are going to have to change with this whole thing. Eventually, we're going to have to take these dusk caps online. With any luck, though, we might be able to snag some more shove voles from printing, or any number of other possible things that we can do here. So we're going to do our very best to just kind of roll with the punches. I'm going to snip that now that that thing is full. What's the temperature on this water? Well, this water's 29°C. No, we've still got some chiller spots. Okay, we're running it. The base exists. We are going to start planning that natural gas. I'm just kind of beard stroking and contemplating the overarching concept of this base at the moment. Now, if we can get the base cooling enough to use the electrolyzers over the algae, that algae can get saved and used on our rockets. That's one of the reasons to consider, one of the things to consider here is that having an air source on the rockets is a thing. I mean, we could definitely pull some shenanigans. We're going to have to pull shenanigans. We don't have access to oxalite because we don't have access to gold to make oxalite, and we don't have oxalite meteors. So we have those puffs producing slime. I do believe we can process slime into algae. So we might have to kind of keep those guys making slime. Oh, there's going to be all sorts of shenanigans. We may very well need all that slime to be made into algae. I mean, the other option is going to be designing a rocket with an infinite gas storage inside of it and then pumping O2 in there. Oxygen gas tanks in the rocket, you know, like the game intends. Yeah, I've thought about it. Put a gas tank filler and just dump a whole bunch of them in there. Yep, I've truly considered that, Emily. We've got the same thought process in mind over here. Gas tank module. What are you talking about? Like the gas tank reservoir thingies? All right, let's pause this and take a sip of coffee. The gas tank rocket module. Oh. Never messed with that, honestly. All right, I'm probably going to take a restroom break here in a second, but before I do, let's just kind of move these pieces around a little bit. What do we got? We got a 3x4. Now, the advantage to having this up high is we can shove the CO2 up easier. The advantage to having it down low is we can manage the polluted water easier. So I'm going to draw these in just so that it's easier to see how much space we have for now. Right? I gotta cancel these as soon as we stop messing around here. Okay. So this guy. Let's say for the sake of it, that's what we're doing, right? Gas pump, Atmos sensor. I mean, we could get away with that if we wanted to. Right? Just to squeeze that little bit of extra space in there if we need it. So let's say we did that. We could flip it the other way if we need to. 1, 2, 3, 4. That means we could, in theory, shift this here. That's that, right? Right. Now, if we want to store the CO2 for, you know, fun and excitement, that could go there. But that chops, this is an awkward space here. And that would put our generator on the bottom. This space is just going to be impossible. Like, we could put... we're going to want a battery. We're going to want a smart battery, right? To tell this when to go on and off. And do we want one or two of these? Becomes the question. 800 watts of power. I know we're not going to be getting a lot of natural gas, so I mean maybe we can do two. What if we did these here? Hang on. Brain is trying to work. Brain is trying to work. What if... No, that's one tile. That's not going to work. Come on, brain. See, what I'm kind of thinking is we can put those things there, and we could let the water drizzle down there, right? And then we could, like... you know, pump here, theoretically. Hang on. If we delete that, put that there, that would give us a 2-block situation. Alright, we are definitely in the next planning stage. I don't know that we actually need 2 pumps. I do kind of like the idea of having a storage for CO2 up here. It would have to be just a little bit lower, right? Pump here, Atmos sensor there. We'd need at least that, right? We could make this an infinite CO2 storage. Six. Pump there for the liquid. Smart battery. Storage for natural gas. Slight amount of wasted space there, though. We need to get a... Okay, I'm going to go take a quick restroom break, guys. My brain doesn't work so good when I'm thinking about my bowels. Brains and bowels, not in unison. I'm going to put up the link to my friend Bobby's music. He does the music for the Be Right Back screen I'm about to throw up, so if you like it, go give him some love. Check out his other stuff with his band, and I'll see everybody in just a few moments. Okay, everybody, I'm back. And as is often the case, the moment you stand up and walk away from something, you start to get ideas. So, what it looks like to me is that our dirty burning fuel system is going to be on this side, right? Eventually, we're going to get down to this oil reservoir. And I know we're talking far ahead, right? But hear me out. That means that we don't have a volcano, so we're not going to be building a petroleum boiler, right? Not unless we've gotten space materials and we're building a thermium aqua tuner and doing a whole heat exchange thing. If we get to that point in the game and we feel like dealing with it, we'll rearrange some things. We'll shift some things around. But that being said, we're probably going to be using the in-game oil to petroleum refinery. I think it's just called a refinery, right? So that we can burn petroleum. So that means we need petroleum generators, these guys, right? And we could fit 2 of them over here. So that kind of works. So, and then that thing creates natural gas, which we can then pump up into our natural gas tank. So now we've got natural gas and petroleum burning over here. The petroleum generators are going to produce CO2, and all of them are going to drop polluted oxygen, right, from the polluted water. So now we're talking about gas sorting. And this makes me actually think we want to reverse this. I'll show you why. Because what I'm thinking about is that this small space over here, we could put in gas pipe element sensors and shutoffs. We could fit 2 of those setups in this thin area right here, meaning that we could have 2 different ways of sorting gas. I think that's pretty important because we're going to have CO2, probably not natural gas in there, CO2 and polluted oxygen. The polluted oxygen, like we can't waste any part of the animal. Theoretically, we could just let things, let it get to the point where the pea water can't off gas. There's just polluted oxygen in there, and that's the jam. But I don't think we should be wasting that polluted oxygen. I think that polluted oxygen should definitely be made into clay. Problem with that is we're in theory going to be making clay over here. Now we could set up a similar system over here. I'm not against that concept. But if there is a way to get the polluted oxygen and polluted water over here, things and stuff and things. So let's do just a little bit of reconfiguring here now that we're thinking about that. So we need, and again, we're planning for eventualities here, right? Let's say we put that guy there. We can fit another one on top. Not all the way pushed into the corner though. So we can put one of these here. I'm going to use a jumbo battery, but this is a smart battery in theory, right? Then we put mesh tile here. Yeah? That means the pea water will just roll over and down into a tank down here, and we can use this space to put our gas pipe shutoffs. I did just take up a space though, so that's a thing. Still not a huge thing. Now, petroleum generators. Where would we put the petroleum generators? We wouldn't be able to put 2 up here. We'd fit 1 there, and then that one wouldn't be able to, that type of jam. So that would be difficult. So we may want to put these guys down here, let the water roll off with the water, and then suck it up somewhere down here. Some streamer, not naming names, called me out earlier today for changing my name to something that doesn't connect to my Discord. Lame. That doesn't seem cool to me. That's not very cool. Now we have 2 tiles. I mean, we don't necessarily have to use insulated. So let's say see, what I was thinking is we put 2 pumps there and then use these 2 tiles to put the vents that would pump that in. You know, something like that. And this would be that. That leaves us with this space over here, and I don't like that. And I don't know that we need 2 pumps. I think 1 pump is probably going to be enough, right? So let's say that's our infinite storage for our CO2, for our natural gas, right? We could put that there. Huh. 3 wide. Three wide is a problem. I gotta go walk some puppers. All right, have fun with the doggos. We're gonna be planning madness. That way lies madness. Now, I really do like the idea of going like this. That's a pump, 2 tiles. So you kind of need 2 tiles. Not, if you have 1 tile in a vent, a lot of times the gas winds up deleting the liquid. So you need the 2 tiles, right? Then a pump and an Atmos sensor here. So that would be our CO2. That would be our natural gas. That leaves this space here, which is an awkward space, right? Boobibus and Yo. What's up? What is, wait, Fenix here. Oh, Squiddy raided in. And somebody did the announcement? Or is that automated? Oh, I think Barb took care of the announcement. Guys, go follow Squiddy. Welcome on in, Raiders. How you doing today, everybody? We are doing some planning right at the moment. We've gotten quite a bit of work done on this base. I know it doesn't look like so much has changed, but a lot of it is this background piping nonsense we've been working on all day. So that is reasonably well sorted. Hey, T-Man, what's up? We can plug in our cooling loop in theory, but we got to get a smart battery for these coal generators and hook that up to the aqua tuner setup, which we're still working on building at the moment, so we can actually power the damn thing. Now, Squibs told you to shut up because you're like annoying or something. I have proof. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. You don't need proof. I believe Squiddy's an asshole. Sudoku. Well, I mean, you know, Sudoku doesn't sound too bad. Now this thing is not on at the moment, so we can kind of play snippy snip with everything. It's not that he's annoying. I was trying to focus and I had his stream turned all the way up. Oh, so what you're saying is you think I'm interesting and you love me, and I'm so distracting because you care about me that you had to turn me down. Aw. Thank you, Squiddy. You're so cute. I bet he's playing some Sudoku right now on his 3s right now. Yeah, ask Raiders. I'm a Sudoku monster. I've never really gotten into Sudoku, quite honestly, so I'll take your word for it. Hot dog. On a real note, I love the way your brain works, Slap My Asses. You're a genius colony builder. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That's a really great compliment, and I appreciate that. I like solving puzzles like this. I'm not always good at the puzzles like we play in Riven, and those like crazy puzzle games, but puzzles like this, I'm in it. We're working on this puzzle right now, but I'm also trying to sort out the current issue. We've got a current issue and a more long-term issue. And the long-term issue is going to take care of the problem that our short-term issue is going to run us out of coal. So, the duality man, an actual compliment. Yeah, I mean, Squiddy is a cultured gentleman at times and a complete agent of chaos at other times. So, we appreciate both aspects of that. Okay. That all being said, we need to route shit. Okay, so water is going to come in here. Bap. It's going to come out of here. That's right. So we were going to use this to go boop. And that to go boop. That should work. Then this line will continue upward. We don't need to redo the materials. Destruct everything. Oh, they actually posted a clip of Squiddy in the Discord. Nice, nice. So we're leaving the carbon skimmer in for now because I anticipate the slicksters dying from temperature problems. But for now it's turned off, so we might have to route that clean water back or something. Something being the optimal word. Now the water in here definitely has germs in it because it's coming from the bathroom. Wrong. Squiddy is an agent of chaos. When he's nice, it's just to confuse you to be even more chaotic. I mean, yeah, okay. I mean, I was trying to pay back a compliment, but you know, whether it is chaotic or not. So we've got our water input for our refinery. Now, how are we outputting that water? We're outputting that water by going up through here across there. But we do have the problem of clean water being in the line that I don't want to be in the line. Right. So, the problem with this is the need to backflow this stuff out of here. So we're going to do just a little judicious snipping. And we're going to run this water into our tank. Oh, no. That violates the thing I was just talking about. That puts germy water into our clean water tank. What we are going to do is reroute it up through here, because it should push through. It might clog our lines a little bit. We would need to snip that. This is going to be a thing, isn't it? 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is there something we can do with this fucking water? I want it out of my way. My power steering belt arrived. Let's go. Fuck yeah, Fennec. I know you love that car stuff, and I'm glad you got your thingy. Real life footage of the Buckingham Palace reconstruction. There's a Buckingham Palace reconstruction? News to me. Alright, I've got thoughts on how to do this. I've got thoughts. So, we need this water out of our way. Let's let it blub, right? Now it's officially out of our way. Snip. And snip. There we go, right? We don't actually care about this system because it is out of commission at the moment. The slicksters are dealing with that issue. So, we will put the things in necessary to maintain that system in case we have to quickly get it back online so our people don't choke to death on carbon dioxide. That will be the output system. The ice. 32 degrees Celsius water. So, utilities. Ice temp shift plate. So, I don't want it pulling heat out of the abyssalite, which it will do. So that'll all melt. That'll give us 5 more, or not quite 5 tons of water. That'll give us 4 tons of water and cool this water down a ton, so when we do metal refinement, we'll be good. We do not need to change the materials, thank you. Phone's gonna die, be right back. Alright, I love you too. Stuff's so old it's breaking. I do not get what's happening. I'm just piping and just seeing piping and water. Yeah, we're working on piping at the moment. We're playing a MINIBASE challenge. This is modded terrain generation. This is like, normally this whole map, this is your core base size, give or take. And then the map itself is like as big as this screen or bigger, right? Depending on the planet and the style you play. So this is kind of a challenge to see if you can build a whole base in a very small area. And we have access to space through this side here and this side here. So we're trying to build around those, like basically this tunnel. Can't have anything in it. And limited resources, limited food, limited everything. We can get more resources from space, but we have to get this stuff together to get into space. So it's a whole thing. What we're doing right now is trying to sort out this piping so that we can run our metal refinery, so we can refine a handful of metal to do the things we need to do to get our cooling loop on. Did not mean to unfollow you, unfollowed the wrong person. Oh no, of course, sweetie. Don't stress. Don't stress. Don't stress at all. Practically me when I have to explain a new game to my friends. Yeah. And so, like, on this side, like, this has to be just walled in, so eventually we can make this whole section a tunnel. If I do this, like, this whole section, essentially, almost down to the bottom here, that has to be clear. We're deciding that we're going to build our temporary stuff on this side, but this side we're actually going to make sure that we keep clear for this tunnel, and that's where we're launching our rockets. So we won't have too much access to the right and left side. On the left side, we're cramming in an oxygen generator. This is a whole oxygen generation system with built-in power and everything like that. Liquid backups, liquid generation, and then the liquid's getting split into oxygen and hydrogen. The hydrogen is used to power the system. So once we get to a certain point, unlock a few more research things, get ourselves stabilized, this will just be walled in and a self-contained system. So we're working on designing a self-contained system over here where we're going to use this natural gas and eventually some oil over here to generate kind of a dirty power system over here, which is going to produce what's the empty space? Is it the void? This is space, literally space. So if you go over to the star map, this is our space. And you travel in rockets through these tiles to these points of interest. In the regular game, you can land on other planets and colonize other planets. With this, these are just points of interest, and we send mining rockets to them. They hang out there, mine materials, and then come back with materials. It's the only way we're going to get renewable building materials and everything. So we set up rockets in this tunnel here and this tunnel here, and we launch them into space to mine materials and bring them back. But rockets create lots of heat and steam and all this stuff, so you have to account for that. We're actually going to be recycling the steam from the rocket into steam turbines, which generate power, so that we can get power off of our rocket launches. It's going to be a whole thing. But that being said, it's going to be freaking hot as fuck in here. Like, walk in and get your skin melted off hot. So we have to make sure our systems on the right and left side are self-sustaining, because we can't go in and service them without suits, and the suits in and of themselves are going to take up space and cause things. So that's the long and the short of it. Current project is getting a cooling loop up so that our plants don't die of overheating, and that project requires refined metal. So we're running some piping and some electricity to get the metal we need to finish getting a temporary cooling loop going. I say temporary because it's not a permanent solution. It's just going to work for a while. And while we're doing that, we're trying to design this dirty brick. And speaking of emotes, we do have emotes for people who follow. There's one where I do the beard stroke. There's the tack attack for my kitty cat, Tachyon. So, oh, that's awesome. Nice, nice. Hear me out here. We're going to need a liquid reservoir. Right, we could fit a liquid reservoir here. That leaves these two tiles and that tile up for grabs. Now, what if... Jesus Christ, there's just too many things. There's just too many things, right? How tall are those? How wide are those? Those are 3 wide and 4 tall. Not quite. Okay. I mean, these don't need to be insulated. No issue with being poor. We're always here. If you can't tell, you can tell because I'm poor as hell too. We don't even discuss my problems with finances. I've been in and out of the hospital for the last 5 years or so, so I haven't really been able to work. So I've been streaming a lot, and like the few little bits of subs and donations and stuff have been kind of helping. And then I rent the other rooms in the house, which it's not the most fun thing in the world. Having roommates is okay, but not an optimal situation, quite honestly. All right, we need to reimagine this. We need to reimagine this. What if... All right, let's say... Let's cancel that all out, right? And like I was saying, I'd like to have liquid reservoirs for the sake of backup petroleum. So let's say we had petroleum reservoirs there, right? Then... Let's just say for the sake of it, those are there, right? 2 spaces here with that there. 2, 4, 4. So what we're doing, kind of accidentally put myself into this mess. I just don't really do any purchases online. I hear you, absolutely hear you. I do like the idea of this being a storage, right? That being a storage is great because that's 1 pump, an Atmos sensor, and then the vent space. We're doing infinite liquid storage. It's kind of a glitch / exploit, but we're on a mini map, so we're doing what we can do. That means we could fit a battery here. It's a long automation wire to get down there, but not the worst thing in the world. If that's the case, the battery could be in the infinite storage. Yeah, I don't... We use certain... Nether, sorry, I need to go lurk. These something I need to get done, and I try to do it while listening, but it's just too much, and I'm getting distracted. I'll be here without audio. Sounds good, Fennec. You do what you gotta do. We will be here. So let's just keep placing things around. Let's say for fun that's there, right? Put that there so that there's gas here, right? This would be our spot. Did too much duping glitches on Terraria PS4. I can do that while I'm blinded and I'm playing the game with my eyes. Yeah, Linus, my best friend for like way longer than you could imagine. We're playing Nightingale, and he immediately found an exploit for the low-level essences, and I was like, nice. Let's go. Let's say Atmos sensor here. Don't have enough to do another one. Great. We'll just assume. That would be there. Atmos sensor there. Vent here. So this would be our carbon dioxide. This section would be our natural gas. That's kind of a wasted tile. Let's say we do that, right? Now, we could do some gas sorting here. Not really, though. Not with this here. If we flip this around a little bit. Sorry, guys. A lot of this map is paused planning. So, if that's not your jam, I totally understand. Battery. That might get in the way, though. Like, is this going to be able to suck air if there's a small layer of fluid on the bottom here? God, these spaces are absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. Shame on you, video game. Shame on you. Okay. Let's go back a little bit. Let's say we do that. Let's say we put our battery there. Put a block. None of this works. None of this works. Also, don't talk about how much I exploit on Super Meat Boy. No, of course, of course. Of course not. I mean, we don't have to put these here. Just such an awkward friggin' space, right? Let's say we put one up here, right? And we put it on mesh or airflow tiles. Okay, let's say we put it on airflow tiles. We put an Atmos sensor up here. And we make this like an area. I mean, having only one is not optimal, but you know, we're on a small map, right? And we've got, let's say we wanted to put in 2 pumps. Wouldn't work over here. Just wouldn't work. So I go back to that guy, and a battery. Like, they work so well together, right? That doesn't quite work either for what we're trying to do. Jesus. Alright, this puzzle is breaking my brain, but it's definitely one we gotta sort. Do I have any coffee left? Ooh, one last sip of coffee, guys. So, the puzzle we're trying to solve is how we get natural gas generators, petroleum generators, a infinite storage for natural gas and infinite storage for carbon dioxide, and a way to get our liquid out as well as a way to get our polluted oxygen out. Right? Right. And then we need to sort the gases somehow. Jesus. The puzzles, the puzzles, the puzzles. Put rice in it? Yeah, rice will do the trick. So we're just kind of moving pieces around, trying to figure out what our best configuration is here. Like, we could do that, and this could be an infinite storage. You know, we get our 2 pumps there, our space to exploit there, and then an Atmos sensor there. That gives us a 3 spot over here. 3 spot is an awkward number for the things we're trying to do. Unless that's where we put a petroleum generator, right there, right? And then the liquid can flow down through here. So let's say petroleum generator. Leaves us, so like in theory, this gives us space to do another infinite storage here, but then we have this awkward bit up here. We could put, I was talking about putting our gas sorting here, because gas sorting here would be useful, right? I mean, not useful, but would take up a space that's otherwise extremely awkward. But we could fit 2 gas sorting setups up here. So now we've got room for 2 pumps, an Atmos sensor, more room than we need to do the exploit. Petroleum generator. Except the petroleum generator would need, we need a pump in the petroleum generator room. God damn it. Yeah, this game is too complicated. I'm starting to feel the same way, Sweetney. So if we put the petroleum generator here, we would need room for a pump. So that would be more or less that. So pump, Atmos sensor, petroleum generator. again, okay, let's say we go down to 1 pump in this system, right? 1 pump, infinite storage, petroleum, gas pump, Atmos sensor. That gas pump would have to go into gas sorting. This would be a good spot to exploit. That could be an Atmos sensor. This could be a pump. So we'd need that there. So now we've got an infinite storage here, an infinite storage here, and then this space, right? I hate this. I hate this, guys. I am, like, so aggravated. Like, not aggravated, but I am just so, like, not capable of solving this puzzle right now. We need to solve this puzzle. This puzzle is an important puzzle for us to get down. Okay. Let's shift. Let's shift a little bit here. Let's say... Let's say this is natural gas storage, right? So this pump will pump to the natural gas storage right underneath. Easy enough. Very much easy enough. We can fit 2 petroleum generators. Boop and boop. Right? Natural gas could fit there. I mean, we could anticipate a mini pump, maybe. How much CO2 would we... Because mini pumps pump at like 1/10 the rate of a pipe, right? Ugh. How much CO2 do each of these produce, right? So natural gas produces 22.5 grams of CO2 per second. Not a lot at all. Petroleum generators, 750. So if we had 2 petroleum generators producing CO2, we would need at least 2 mini pumps or 1 regular pump. If we're using one... If we use 1 petrol generator and 1 natural gas, a mini pump could actually handle all of that CO2, right? Okay. One of these would have to be a mesh tile, but we'll deal with that in a second. So let's say... Let's say we put that there. And we put a mini pump here. And a vent there. The mini pump would have a little bit of water here, but shouldn't matter if the side sucking gases in are here. So that would actually, this would be our infinite CO2 up here, in theory. I don't know if it would actually work. Honestly, don't know if it would actually work with the pump. Should work as long as the side that's sucking in is up here and not here in the water. This could push directly into the vent. That would be fine. We would need mesh tiles here, and here. Right? And that leaves all this space as a single tile, which is so not good. But that would put 2 petroleum generators and this guy here. And we have room for something to sort gases here. If we put 2 mini pumps there, it could sort gas here. Like we could, that would be enough to deal with the gas from the 2 petroleum generators. That would push through a sensor into here, and CO2 would join up and go into there. Polluted oxygen would get routed somewhere else. Okay, let's say that's the plan, right? Okay, that's not too bad. Now, why did I say we need 2 gas sorting things? We only need 1, and that would be it. Which leaves us with 4 tiles of wasted space right here. We would need 4 tiles for the pumps. They would be pumping polluted oxygen, carbon dioxide, which would get sorted up here. That would be our CO2 storage. Theoretically, that's our natural gas storage. Okay, let's noodle with that just a little bit. So let's say we put a tile here. These are our pumps, that's fine. So now, trying to create usable space, right? So let's say that is the setup. That gives us a pump and an Atmos sensor for inside there. This is too wide. 1, 2. Natural gas, infinite storage with room for more than we need. 2 full pumps, our spot to exploit things, and then 2 tiles up here. So an Atmos sensor, which we don't actually really, we have 2 tiles. I don't know what we would use the other one for. So we could even, you know, do that if we have to. Or not, you know, not that we have to. We could give a little extra space in here. Either way, there's a little bit of wasted space. I don't like wasted space, but that at least gives us a reasonable point here. 2 petroleum, 1 natural gas. Now, what would we fit in here? I don't know, but 3 tiles wide is a lot nicer than 1 tile wide. Right? That puts us in a reasonable direction. If we wanted to, we could slap down another petroleum generator. I don't think we're going to have that much petroleum. Okay. We're moving in a good direction here. We are moving in a good direction. It does make us rely on a few different mechanics that... anyway. Oh, polluted water would have to drop down here. So that's where the problem is. That is where the problem is. So the gas pumps would go here. I mean, that doesn't really cause too much of a problem. We would need liquid pump. And then it wastes space. Because the liquid pump is 2 by 2. So if we went like that, now we're wasting another tile. Or another 2 tiles, or another 1 tile. Any way you look at it, we're wasting a tile. Two pumps. There would be a, so yeah, so we would have our 2 air pumps there. And a liquid pump here. I mean, at the very most we could do, like, we could do that, but then we just, again, we wind up with this weird space. And we still need to get a battery in here for these guys. Jesus. Okay, what's the output in liquid? We gotta check all these numbers. It's such a number game. So natural gas is outputting how much polluted water? 67 grams, 67.5 grams. These guys are 750 grams. Right, so we're in that pickle again where we would need 2 of the mini liquid pumps to handle full output. Now, I don't think they're going to be running flat out. If we do that, we could stick a mini liquid pump there, a mini liquid pump there, a mini gas pump there, and a mini gas pump there. Gas sorting there, petroleum generators there. That's not bad. It does rely on us getting plastic. And it does waste a single tile on this side. How much does that actually take in? This takes in 90 grams a second. We do not need 2 pumps down here. If we want the corners, we would do that. That would be one full pump, the space to get the infinite liquid, and then or infinite gas, and then we have 2 tiles here. We could throw a mini pump in there, but we don't need that. We really don't need that. Well, actually, it's not a matter of how much. Well, yeah, because this doesn't eat that much, and then we're going to have our gas range, which is not going to eat that much. So one pump should do it. That's a good question. Let's look at our gas range, guys. I'm so sorry to anybody who's not a number slut. Where is our gas range again? Down here. Okay, so let's look at it in here. $100 grams a second. So 100 grams a second. So at most we're doing 190 grams a second. If both are running flat out. We legitimately don't need a full-size pump unless we're running multiple natural gas generators. Which we could do in theory. But even if we were running multiples, we can go all the way up to a kilo. So we don't need. The problem with the mini pumps is the temperature. They're not going to be able to handle the temperature. Unless we get Brackeen and get the super badass ones, right? Because if we go up to here and look up mini liquid pump, overheats at 75. These are going to output higher than, these are eventually going to get toastier than 75, I think. Right? I mean, unless we cool it down. And all of this requires us to have the mini pumps, which we don't have yet. If we did, and it worked somehow, we could literally do that. And then if we wanted to, these wouldn't need to be insulated. If we wanted to, we could put more of these down here. Like, let's say we wanted more, we could do something like that. And that could put a liquid storage here. Okay. Any thoughts, anybody? Any of the Ani players out there have any thoughts on this one? I mean, at this point, this is my best effort. That allows for us to add additional natural gas generators down here and put in a liquid reservoir for the petroleum. It's going to be a lot of piping and gas piping, but is doable. It also means we would have to probably cool some stuff. Not sure how we would bring the, like, no matter what it is, there's no perfect solution. Also, let's check the distance of our rocket, right? We need 35 tiles and then 2 for the platform. So we could run a lot of stuff down underneath if the need arises, right? Jesus Christ. I think that's my plan. Unless anybody else has a better plan, that's my plan. That can stay insulated, but we're not gonna... Let me take a picture of this before I delete too much action here. Window Shift S. Yeah, so anyway, if anybody has any other ideas, let me know. But we're gonna run with that as my best effort on this. If we got to change it later, I mean, it's not impossible, right? I'm going to do a save right now. Resume. And we will try to make this work. For now, we're going to cancel all that and continue doing what we were doing. Again, to anyone who is not a numberhead, to anybody who's not an Ani person, I feel like I apologize a lot. Everybody tells me to stop apologizing, but that's kind of the game we're playing here. If this was a YouTube series, all of that would be off camera. You know, all of that would just be me over here, like, figuring things out. And then I'd come back and be like, all right, guys, I thought about it, and here's what I've come up with, and blah, 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 blah. Maybe, depending on how much we get done today, maybe I wind up doing a little planning off camera, you know? All right, we moved that thing so we can also pump just a little bit more hydrogen up into there. Not sure what happened there. What are we processing? Copper ore to copper. Fair enough. Good job, Amelia. Let's check on our dupe's skills. Anybody got a skill yet? No. We are going to need so much steel and ceramic to run across this thing. I mean, we're not going to be able to get down into here for a while, but we also are going to run a short tunnel because we're going to start with lower level rockets, right? So I'm gonna take this off of forever because that's just dumb. We're gonna let them get the work done that we've got queued up. And again, not to apologize too much because everybody tells me I apologize too much, but again, to those of you who are not number or Ani heads in general, I apologize for the amount of planning that we had to just do there, the amount of math. I think that's a good way to do things, provided that everything works the way I think it's going to work in that plan. But, you know, this game is all about things failing and trying to chase the problem a little bit, so I don't want to steal too much of our hydrogen, but this thing should overpressure when it gets to be a thing. We're probably going to stop it manually before that happens anyway, so that should ensure that our Drekos have a little bit faster scale regrowth. We were trying to figure out a way to make a Dreco farm for regular Drekos and another one for glossy Drekos. The big goal would in theory be to have enough for maybe 2 regular and 2 glossy with an overflow room where they can get where the extra ones can get sheared and you know, turned into meat. Let's flip-flop in between. Let's look at the gas overlay. You know what, I think given our situation, that's enough for that for now, if not for a while. This game looks like factory Terraria. Yeah, that's an accurate way to put it. When we get to later game, there are shipping rails, there are organizational things. Like, you can actually really do a lot of crazy automation. You can get to the point where the dupes only have to do a handful of things. Like the metal refinery and a couple of other buildings, like the crusher here. Certain buildings have to be run by dupes, but only a handful of them. You can pretty much automate everything else in the game and then have the dupes work at the refining things and taking care of the animals. Harvesting plants. There's like a handful of activities that have to be dupe done. So you can do a lot of crazy factory style automation. For anybody who isn't aware, I also play Satisfactory, which is like straight up factory games. So that'll give you some idea where my brain is at as far as I do like stuff with automation. We like automation. Automation is delicious. We got a lot of manual stuff happening here. I mean, you can even automate rockets. So, in theory, if we could get it so this base only required dupes to do refinement, and we could even automate rocket launches where they just like come back, land, refuel, and go back out to mine more stuff, that would be pretty cool as well. I've never automated rockets before. I've never actually gotten badass space materials even, so we've got a lot of things we can work on this playthrough. And I like the constriction of being on a small base. We only have 4 duplicants. Usually, like, you get to 8 real quick. And then, like, shortly thereafter, you're at, like, 15, 16 duplicants. You usually take on a lot more. We are basically waiting for, like, the best of the best of the best dupes to come along. Because we need them to do a little bit of everything. And we need their passions to be synergistic for our skill trees. How fast are your scales regrowing? 17. 19. 23. 29. Okay, there's enough hydrogen in there for my taste now, and we're banking more hydrogen as our pumps are pumping. We've got a tank for our cooling loop, which we're going to be powering with coal. The coal power is going to produce more CO2, which is good for our little slickster buddies down here, because they're gonna keep making us crude. They're gonna die. They're gonna die from being too cold at a certain point. Skill point. All right. So I wasn't gonna go in here, but since we got a skill point, so anybody who, again, who's not an Ani person, this is our skill tree for our dupes. The higher your morale, which is your green, the more skills you can get. As soon as the red gets above the green, they start having stress reactions and vomiting and destroying things and all sorts of obnoxious shit. So the hearts represent passions and decrease the amount of morale. So like this improved construction, it costs 1 morale point to get, but because they have a heart, it's 1 less morale. So this is pretty much all you need is a skill point, and that's free as far as morale. This is usually 2, but since they have a heart, it's 1. This is usually 3, but since they have a heart, it's 2. So when you have people with synergistic hearts, you wind up in a situation where you need less morale to get more done, which is why we're trying to take on people who can do a lot more. Now, we don't need to mine diamond and obsidian until we bleed all the heat out of the bottom. Construction level 2 is always useful, but we're trying to send Dog's Body into mechatronics engineering so they can build us automated stuff. We're going to need them to also go into suit sustainability. We are not at automated stuff. I think it sucks that we have to go into rocketry to get to our suits. Yeah, we go electrical engineering. We'll get them to mechatronics, and then we'll get improved construction, so this will bring it up by 2 points, leaving us a good amount. That'll bring it up by 1 point. Okay. So yeah, once we do that, then Dog's Body, as Squiddy named them, we'll be able to build the automation stuff. Mechatronics engineers are the ones who build all the automation stuff. So we're headed down that line. So even though right now they do all of our digging and building, but eventually we're not going to have any digging left to do, and everybody's going to be helping out with the building. So they'll get switched around to do more building and operating later on, instead of building and digging. Excellent. Our first group of voles has hatched. I'm gonna lock these 2 doors. That way our dupes don't open them and the voles don't accidentally escape. They shouldn't. But, you know, voles can be a pain in the ass, so... We've dumped the entire map onto these tiles here. It's horrendously ugly, and our dupes are not happy about it, but that's what it's going to be. Now, I'm not going to actually dig this. That's 72 tiles. You know, I was talking about how it was a waste of space, but we could actually... 72... To get to 96, that would be 24 tiles, which is there. That would allow us the more pips. It wouldn't get us any more trees. We might have to do some shenanigans. Shenanigans. Pip Ranch here for dirt and food. Pip Ranch should also yield us substantial meat to get us off of other food sources. How much copper do we have? We need like one more batch of copper. We'll call it 2 batches of copper so we can run the automation wires. That'll pump some water into there. The ice is immediately melting as soon as we make temp shift plates out of it, but it's cooling the water. Okay. Yeah, we might leave that Vol closet where it is. We might move it up, because if we're moving our infinite... This was originally going to be our infinite storage for... Man, maybe we should just leave... because then we'd have to pump it back. Oh, Jesus, guys. Jesus. Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting move, because we were planning on our thermoregulator going in here, but if this is gone, we could put it over here instead. Thermoregulator is what we're going to use to create a deep freeze so that our food can't spoil. And I keep checking this because muckroot and nutrient bars don't count towards our calorie count. The lice loaf is all we're letting them eat at the moment, unless barbecue comes in. Which they should be able to. Can they sweep the eggs through the locked doors? They totally can. Everybody's earning skill points. Julie, what do you need? Why is your morale low? Great haul, interested skill, 3 skill. Did I break? I didn't break our nature reserve. You should have nature reserve morale. How do you not have nature reserve morale? And why is this hydrogen getting lower? Let me check something real quick. Breathability. Oh, probably because we're digging stuff out. So some of the gas pressure is going into the new space to... Okay, blueprint. Poke shells! Piloting machinery, silence, plant murder, narcoleptic, no, copper, poke shells. How many? Just 1. I don't want to ranch poke shells. I prefer to leave them wild. And that's another animal closet we have to make. Hang on a sec. I believe poke shells eat rot. Do they produce sand from rot? That would... I think they do. Yeah, we have to take the poke shell. Oh, the number of things that just keep happening that we have to deal with now. So how do we do this? because that's huge. If we could stop crushing rock for sand, if we could just feed our rot and polluted dirt to them for sand, that gets us through. And then eventually we could do sage hatches to get coal from our polluted dirt. But then the poke shells just stay there and make shells. Can we put them over here? These were temporary systems that can be... These can be destroyed now. That might be our best bet. Just stick them over here. So... yeah, we'll print the poke shell. I mean, that copper looks tasty, but the poke shell gets us renewable sand. It'll take them a long time to grow up. When an adult poke shell lays an egg, they get mad. They will defend that egg and murder anybody who fucks with them. But it is going to take a long time for this little fucker to grow up, so we don't want them to get out of there. So let's... They can't be on ladders. Let's get those 2 tiles dug immediately. No, sir. Oh my god. Where can we stick you that you're just not going to be a pain in my butt? Let's not leave it near the portal over here. Let's just shove you somewhere that's not going to be... You know what? You can go and hang out up here. Julie will come along and wrangle you shortly. Until we get your closet built for you. Oh, it'll be fun to have to automate dealing with that nonsense. Okay, now I'd like to be able to put that Wheezewort right here. So we're talking that there, right? So that we could put the Wheezewort there to generate rads. So, do we have the automated dropper yet? We don't, so we need research on top of the other things. Well, at least we're going into automation now. So the automated dropper will go here. They'll be able to get to this to give it phosphorite coming from this side. That's fine. I don't think we actually need a door here. Stretch. Thank you, Barb. Oh. And hydrate. Welcome back. We just got a poke shell. So now we can turn our rot and polluted dirt into sand. Very exciting time to be alive. We are gonna need them to get to the pokey pokes. right? It's a good thing we got automation researching, because we're going to need that to get the stuff out of there. That's going to need to be a solid tile. That'll allow them to get in there. That has to be 3 deep. Alright, that's not going to work. That's not going to work at all. Okay. Let's think of something else then. Alright, let's say solid tile there with the dropper. That'll drop it down here. Needs to be at least 3 tiles because they can reach 2. So like they could get down to, if there was a solid tile there, they'd be able to get down and grab it. So it would need to be here. This would cut into our farm. Okay, this is not going to work. This is not going to work. Limited space. Limited space. I hate to put temporary systems here, because this is supposed to be our rocket, right? And we're trying to build permanent systems like from here. Like this is all permanent system, permanent space for the most part. Some of this stuff might have to shift. Where can we cram these assholes? That would break that. I keep looking back to this space. We can get an extra 1, 2, 3. We could get extra tiles up here. We're not even using this full farm. We're trying to have 4 creatures in here, right? Okay. So let's go back to that idea, because I don't have any better ideas. So that would have to go there. It would have to be blocked, though. Yeah, that's because they couldn't get to this. Although this farm doesn't have to be like this, right? Like, we could totally just put one up here and delete this one. Okay, yeah, because this isn't for our Drecos. This is extra food for us. So we can shift our food somewhere else. Okay, I like that. That'll work. That will work. Ish. So we just have to plan it. Let's say that was a solid tile. Door here. Tile there. right? Wait. That's the mealwood. So the tile would have to be here. That's where we put our automated dropper. Then we would need another door. We would need to stop them from being able to grab the eggs through the door. I mean, we only have one poke shell right now, so it's not a huge deal. Yeah, I don't know why I'm stressing so much. There's one poke shell and there's a move to command, right? Damn it, Nether. You're overcomplicating things again. So, the one Wheezewort we have goes there. Yeah, I'm overcomplicating things a lot. That move to command changes a lot. Especially, like, we can automate this whole friggin' thing later. But we do that, and we just move the poke shell there. We put a door there. Put a tile there. And then we just move to the poke shell. Like, move the poke shell there, move the egg there. And that'll be fine. We could come up with a more elegant solution later on. Right? Right. So, fuck it. There's the answer. And I'd love to automate the rot, but for now we're just going to manually do it too. So yeah, fuck it. There's the answer. There's our goddamn door. We don't need that research after all, Amelia. Actually, that's going to be helpful. You do some research. You do some research there. Man, I really get sucked into every game I play. I gotta tell you guys. I totally lost track of my brain not too long ago. So we're talking about RimWorld and Ani. I think I gave a good breakdown on that like an hour ago before I went down the rabbit hole of building a power plant on this side of the board. But recently, Nightingale came out. And by recently, I mean 2 days ago. Totally addicted. Absolutely love it. Been playing it with Linus, who's been my best friend for probably more than half my life at this point. Linus and I have been waiting for over 2 years for that game to come out. So you can imagine how excited we are to play. I wanted to wait for stream, but here's the thing. Linus has been buying me games as gifts so often. And every time I try to buy him the game for a gift, I'm like, oh, this game came out. We both wanted it. Let me buy it for him. And I log on to buy it for him, and he's already bought it for me. So finally, I was able to buy him a game as a gift. I was like, all right, I beat him to the punch on this one. And so I was stoked about that. Still stoked about that, right? And so I got it to, and he got online the other day and was like, hey, or when I bought it for him, yeah, the other day, he was like, hey, do you want to play Nightingale? Like, I was like, I was pretty sure he wasn't going to be able to have the time to play that day. But I was like, I mean, we've been waiting for 2 years. We got to play. So I didn't save the initial reaction for stream. I apologize if anybody really wanted to see that initial reaction. It went a lot like, yes, holy shit, this is fucking cool. Oh, that's a great mechanic. That's the basic rundown of my reaction to that whole thing, right? So now you know. I do want to play some of that on stream, though. Show everybody that. If Linus is down to play while I'm streaming, we might even do like a actual like Discord hangout like while we're streaming thing. So, why did I make that 3 tall? It doesn't really need to be 3 tall. All right, let's move you to here. We'll do that at a 9. for now. Yeah, okay. I remember why I did it like that. It's fine. Stopgap solutions to everything we're doing, right? Yeah, we're gonna have to redesign a bit of this kitchen, because if the infinite storage is moving over here, now that you're back, Barb, I might actually pick your brain on some design stuff. So, Barb, I decided that I'm going to move the infinite natural gas storage over to this side, and we're going to run our dirty brick on this side. So we're going to have an infinite carbon dioxide storage, an infinite natural gas storage, natural gas generator, and probably 2 petroleum generators. 1 or 2. I planned for 2, but where is refinement? Posture check. Petroleum, 5 kilos. Power, petroleum generator, 2 kilos. So yeah, we're gonna want it. We're gonna want 2. It'll run 2.5 if we have that. Yeah, so 2 is the right number. Posture check all the way. Our voles exist. Where are the other eggs? Oh, were they in that door? I don't know what's going on. We had 6 eggs in there, and there's only 3 critters. Did something glitch? They're not supposed to be able to get through the doors. That's obnoxious. Maybe I should have just made those out of metal tiles. Not been so stingy. Okay, they're walking around now. But it only says there's 3 of them in here. There were 6 eggs in here. I'm not happy about that. We lost 3. Hang on a second. I'm gonna save and I'm gonna reload. And I'm gonna double save because I'm that person. Main menu. I don't like the idea that we lost half of our vole population. 2 reasons. 1, I want that food. 2, if we have voles running all over the map, that could cause problems. Damn it. Well, that's disappointing. Damn. Kilos. lock that door. Okay, so that's cool. That's very cool. Places. Excellent. Rot. Let's see if we've got any rot laying around. No. Okay. Cool. What's the current situation? Oh, current situation. We got this little critter here that can turn rot and polluted dirt into sand, which we need a lot. We had 3 of our Volpups hatch, but the other 3 disappeared. The other 3 eggs disappeared. We have a pretty decent plan over here, but in the meantime, we've got other things we've got to take care of. I just got this thing sorted, so let's do like 90, 50 on this one. We might be able to get our cooling loop started here, or at least, what temperature are we looking at on things? You're good to 30. Yeah, so if it's at 30, we need to bring it down, which is what we have here. Okay. I think we fire up this this loop. That thing is working. Enable building. Enable building. And you... Okay, so... that should pick up a considerable amount of heat from over here when it gets there, and then that'll get knocked down by the aqua tuner. I'm really sad that we only have 3 Volpups here. That really breaks my brain. That's not cool. 13,000 lice loaf calories. We might have to put in some more, we might have to put in some more mealwood. We're just kind of like winging it here. I did a lot of math on the calories at one point. But right, you have nothing to do. Of course. All right, I'm getting a little bit broken here. Okay. What do we need to do? That loop is moving. I have this problem where I desperately want to put this pip farm in. I'm trying to be patient, but that'll add a lot of barbecue. That does stop them from getting over here where I need them to work, unless I put in a door. I guess I could just put in a door temporarily, right? Yeah, okay, let's do that. Let's put in a temporary door here. Dig out that. Well, we'll do a little Minecraft-y style staircase. Let's dig out that. Once that's done, we can install a wall there. And do more math! My biggest problem is that we only have one pip. So that's one of the reasons I want to get a pip farm actually going, is I want to make sure we don't accidentally kill that pip and wind up with no pips before we can get the pip farm going. Right? Whole thing. What do we got? 12,000 calories. You know what? I'm gonna plant... do that. I'm gonna plant a few more mealwood. I don't see a way around it. The pip farm provides us with dirt, so... if we can get the pip farm going, then we have the dirt to feed the mealwood, at least. So we can stay on that as long as we need to. One of the Pacu is about to age out, I think. Yeah, one of them will age out. That'll give us a piece of seafood. We are trying to get rid of the stone hatches. I don't really care about the stone hatches because by the time we turn the lava to igneous, we should have our food problems and our coal problems sorted to the point where we're not feeding hatches stone anymore. I don't know. I don't know. I was like, oh, we should just go into sage hatches and feed them rot. But now that we have the poke shell spawn, I'm like, maybe we shouldn't do that. There are a lot of decisions I'm trying to make here, and all of them are hard because of the size of the map, which is the whole point of this. But I guess let's keep the stone hatches going. But let's murder some of the older hatches. the aqua tuner is doing its job. 17 degrees. That might be... That's not bad, actually. These need 22, though. Set this to 35. No! Above 35. Because we don't want it to be too cold. That would be a problem. If we can start bringing down the temperature in here, we're going to start automating the on-off of those things. No, we can't. Never mind. Because we need the hydrogen to keep this thing and the pump going. Yeah, we can't automate that until we actually start using... Oh, Jesus. System upon system upon system. We need the oxygen to be coming out of here so that we actually create enough hydrogen for this system to stay running. But we can't bring the oxygen out of here until that cooling loop does its job. Which is gonna happen slowly but surely. Actually, we can't have this thing go above, the water go above 30 degrees. So, because it'll go through, it's going through it. Let's call this 33. I know, it can't, If it's coming out here at more than... We're just going to have to keep an eye on that and tune the system. See, that's going through at 31. Which is too much for the mealwood. Yeah, this is going to have to stay at 30. This is going to eat through our coal pretty fast with the way we're doing this. Alright, I'm going to try automating this. We need that to turn off. What did you miss? Oh, just, you know, your standard issue Ani problems. One system has to be on for the other system to work, but if it's on, it causes problems with another system. So, you know. Terrible place for that door. I meant for that door to be here. I'm good. The technical problems of this this bit are I gotta say, like, it's almost harder to do this than it is to play Satisfactory. At least in Satisfactory, you don't have the survival elements, right? I don't know if you were here. We had 6 vole eggs, but now we have 3 vole pups and no vole eggs. So I'm a little frustrated with that. I don't quite know why that happened. And at the moment, I'm working on... Yeah, that is very weird. Unless they're, like, inside the door or something. It's not like I can check without causing chaos. I am kind of half working on this pip farm. We need to get the power up over here. Huh. Oh, they got moved over here. Thank you. Thank you. Now, how do we move them? Why can't I move them? Oh, they're inside here. Yeah, I accidentally swept them. Thank you, Barb. Okay. That's good. That's good stuff right there. Yes. Yeah, one poke shell is not going to be able to eat enough rot, and we're not really producing enough rot. We're cooling down our oxygen gradually with our cooling loop, which is good. Alright, slicksters are gradually coming down in temperature, but they themselves are heating this area up a little bit. We really need these guys to mutate. And let me double check something. That's okay. Good, good. Well, like, those voles were like, oh, fuck yeah, we've got voles. We've got an infinite source of barbecue. Alright, let's do a little bit of math and start working on this pip ranch. So that's 72. To get to 96, we would need 24. Which is there. So we need a wall there. Well, even if we wanted to use those things, they'd have to go somewhere else, so that's got to go. That's got to get uprooted. This has got to get dug. Yeah, voles are very meaty. You gotta love them. There's some barbecue coming in, yeah. We can bring the temperature of this oxygen. There's a lot of oxygen in here, and we're slowly but surely sucking the heat out of it. Once the heat is drained out of that oxygen, so there doesn't need to be any power. Okay, I think I know what I'm doing with this system over here, although it's not the easiest in the world. So we're going to have limited space to plant trees in here, but I want to make sure there's a full 96 because that way we have the most possible pips, because an 8-pip ranch An 8-pip ranch should supply us with dirt and barbecue pretty nicely. We gotta let the trees grow for a while in the right pattern, so those voles are gonna have to move too. Not sure where they're gonna move to. I have no idea how we're gonna do so many of the things we need to do. We're burning so much coal now because we had a bunch of oxygen that was just way too hot. But once that oxygen cools down, we can actually start using the oxygen. This is just one nightmare after another over here. Yeah, let's also deconstruct that. That, and that. And then on the power side, we'll deconstruct that, and on this side, we'll deconstruct all of that. None of that needs to exist now, because we are going to move that whole system over here. That move to command is never going to get done. Oh, it's Julie's #1 priority. Where is Julie? Sleeping. Right. And we're watching a lot of things at once. This pip won't plant that dusk cap because this one is here. So we need to uproot this, but it's at 84% grown. I'm not going to uproot it at 84. We've got the Sweetles tending them, so they're actually growing a little faster. you know, 5% growth speed is pretty awesome. We're crushing fossil continuously because it's getting us sedimentary rock. And, which I think we can actually, oh yeah, the sedimentary, yeah, we're not crushing fossil. We're crushing sedimentary for sand because we don't have enough polluted dirt or rot or poke shells to really have that be top tier. So a lot of stopgap solutions going on here. 35 degrees up here, 40, 34. Another couple of rotations in our loop, and we should have some really good temperature stuff going on. We've got some nice green up here. Yeah. Might be a little... we're good up there. We're good up there. With our automation properly dialed, I think there's a lot we can do to, you know, efficiency up this whole map. So slowly but surely, we're getting things done. We're not going to get a deep freeze in today. We're barely going to cool off the base properly today. I am glad the Drecos have more hydrogen. I didn't mean for the hydrogen to get that low down because we're going to get eye irritation. Julie's going to be getting eye irritation a lot. I wanted it to stay up here, but I don't think we have as much oxygen pressure as I would like. So we keep digging more space out. The more space we dig out, the more oxygen, the more oxygen we need to fill it. So every time we dig a space out, the oxygen pressure in the whole base drops a little bit, allowing this hydrogen to come down a bit. You know, all the things. We got to make sure this stays nice. We shouldn't be burning any power over here because nothing over here is on. The pump isn't pumping because these are full and it has nowhere to go. Since the pump's not pumping, this thing doesn't have to have power to filter anything. These aren't going because there's no water, because we have them turned off by automation. And these aren't pumping because we have, or because our base, we have them turned off because they were coming out too hot. The oxygen in here is now dropping nicely in temperature. And we're gradually smearing out our temp. It looks like we've kind of stabilized a little bit. We've got 28 degree stuff coming through here. So we're shifting temperature around. Our makeshift cooling loop is doing its job. We got a pocket of heat here from the larva and from the rock crusher. We need to run the rock crusher because we need sand at the moment. And as per usual, I'm gonna have to double check with Google because I don't remember the patterns on the trees. Never remember the tree pattern. There it is. Okay. For anybody who's curious, I'll bring this over onto the screen. So with the pips planting trees, you need this pattern to get the optimal amount of branches. This pattern allows for maximum branch density. The 4 middle ladders must be left there until all trees mature. This will ensure that the outer trees grow 4 branches on their exclusive spots, and the middle will be available for the middle tree to fill. These spots are the outside 4. So this is the pattern we need to go with right over here. I believe... four middle ladders, these. Take the middle branches out and they will respawn until you get maximum density. Okay, so there's 4 branches per, right? So you let this one grow up and fill these 4 spots. Then you remove these ladders, let this one grow up and fill these 4 spots. Or am I crazy? The pattern allows for maximum branch density. All right, that was amazing. I got it done, feeling absolutely fantastic, pretty accomplished, and wow, just how I'm feeling right now. That's fantastic, Fennec. Congratulations. I'm feeling pretty amazing right now myself. I'm just trying to stay on top of things. 5 branches per tree, says Emily. So I'm not sure how we do this. Stretch. Thank you, T-Man. It will fill 1 through 4 plus 1 on top. Then you remove the ladders and the middle trees will fill up the rest. Define middle ladders, because I thought middle ladders would mean this. Do you mean these 2 sets of ladders? I think you do, right? So this one and this one grow their 4 slots. Then we remove these ladders and everything fills in properly with these 3. Is that what it is? I think that's what we're doing, right? There should be a 5 as well. I don't know why it's not in the screenshot. Maybe it's because the 5 doesn't matter. So like you wait for it to fill these 4 spots on each of these. Then when you rip these out, it'll automatically pick a spot and then the tree in the middle will just grab the extra spots. Does that make sense? Yes, okay. So, ceiling trim, spot, ceiling trim, spot, spot. Then we, so 1, 2, 3. Then that needs to be double. Then there's 1 there, 1 there, 1 there, and 1 there. 2, 3, which would mean that that would go there, that would go there. That one's already in the right spot. And that's fine because we need a grooming station and a drop. Do we need a drop-off? We do, don't we? Okay, so that actually kind of works out. So, grooming station and critter drop-off. Although we'll probably have to uproot this one so that we can actually do them in the right order. How far along are you? I'm not pulling the pip out of here till we finish the dusk caps. Welcome back, Fennec. What are you doing? You have nothing to do. Okay. Man, dupes are stressful, aren't they? Alright, let's give these guys a way to get up here. And after they build those ladders, we'll dig all of that out so we can start working on this side. This whole project is going to be an exercise in insanity. Just want to play Minecraft, damn it. Yeah, I don't know how Squiddy's coming along with the server. I know for the last 2 or 3 days he's just been banging his head against a wall hard with it, so... I think he said the server, in theory, works, but that, for some reason he couldn't log into it. I haven't checked to see if there's been an update since the last time he posted, but. See, and that's the thing is, like, we keep talking about taking on more dupes, right? We've got dupes idle. I literally have to pause it because there's not enough for all of them to do. Because I can't stay ahead of it. Right? Can I mop that? I can. And then we can sweep that. Because we kind of have to redesign this kitchen area. We actually get a little bit more space because we're shoving a few things over here. But, you know, it's always that, like, mixed thing, blessing and a curse. I wish I knew what to tell you to do, Fennec. I am never bored. In fact, the opposite. I have too much to do in general, so... Okay, I guess I gotta bring up my reference image for this side. I'll save it so I don't have to leave the dark screen on up here. Save to downloads. I really should have a... dirty brick, I think. That's over there. So then I should be able to put the lighting back up and then go over here. And bring up the reference image. Multiple reference images. Okay. This game is insane, guys. This game is absolutely nuts. I also have tons of things to do, but I'm too lazy to do any of those, even playing a game, so I choose to be bored instead. It's a curse. God, I don't even know how to relate to you guys. Now again, a lot of this is dependent on us getting small liquid pumps. So I'm not even sure how most of this is going to work. Right? And I'm not sure if we have to cool any of this. We're going to make it out of gold amalgam. This is going to be nuts. Alright, so... God, okay, I'm going to put this over here, because I can't look at it and the game at the same time, but I can still see chat now. So what we're going to do... That's going to need to be there, but we're going to need a space to get into work, right? So we're going to go to there. Ventilation. We're going to grab one of these bad boys. We're going to throw that there. So that's a little bit of work for our people to do. Then, under power, we're going to grab this. Gold amalgam. We're going to stuff that there. Put that tile there. Then we need a mesh tile. I guess we'll make it out of iron. That'll go there. The rest of it can be sandstone, like that. And then this needs to be insulated. And then no more in that. That needs to go like that. I always forget which one it is, but is it this tile or this tile? I feel like it's the left tile, but I know it's not these two. Because I know you can get up over it without it off-gassing. Right? Maybe I should just be more careful. We'll put those there. And the Dog's Buddy was actually Dog's Buddy. Maybe I wanted it to be that, right? We got 30-degree oxygen, 27 degrees over here, 27 degrees over there. This is coming out at 29. And we have... Ooh. Construction and machinery. We don't need excavation. Strength, critter aversion, no. Lindsay's not a bad dupe, but not a god dupe. I don't know. We're never going to have more than our 4-person team, I feel like. I mean, although we started with 3 people and then got the 4th one, and I was very happy with it, so... 27 tons of coal is good. When does this become active again? 28 cycles. So the reason I put this in here is because this thing is outputting 30-degree water. So if we're cycling this into oxygen, this should keep reasonably chill so that we can dump a little bit of temperature into it temporarily. We'll have to get an actual heat deletion system. Basically, our entire progression in this world is based on the RNG of our Drekos mutating into glossy Drekos. That here puts down educational improvements now. Aw, now I feel bad. I'm sorry. Queue up some more sedimentary to sand. I think this might be dormant. Well, it says dormant. So I'm still going to try and do at least a basic liquid lock into it so that we can research it and vacuum stuff out. God. The thing is, once we get our left and right side sorted, that kind of puts us in a good place, because at that point, it becomes getting to rockets, essentially. What I'm thinking is that where the Volpups are right now, this is probably going to become our airlock to get over into this rocket silo, because it's 3 tall, which is how tall the Atmosuit docks are, right? So we're going to move these eventually. Now, since this isn't going to be our infinite gas storage, maybe we could just move them up here. Eventually, yes, yes, Emily. The reason I'm going with the right rocket first is because I like material study on the left side, so we can come up and get at this without risking getting shot in the head. So we're going to get the right rocket going first. And when we get to the point where we don't need material research, or we can shove it somewhere else, or whatever, we'll start... Basically, we're putting our temporary systems here. and trying to build permanent, like, here over ish. We'll see how it all works. I am thinking we might just shove the shovels up to here in this space. That might work. Because I didn't take shovels into account in my original estimations. So that could work. That could absolutely work. Okay, I'm listening, Barb. You always have good ideas. What's the skinny? Okay, we're gonna have to do this manually, but we can't have all these Drecos in here. Fuck a duck. Because we need a thermoregulator close to here and here. We planned on putting our ingredients in these two tiles and our finished food right here. So the voles can be mostly automated. I mean, we'll noodle with it a little bit. But if we put the voles up here, we can more or less automate them and have the meat basically go, like, we could put a sweeper here. Like, this is going to be like that. So we could put the voles in here, put a sweeper, maybe put a loader here that just directly shoves the meat into there. I don't know. I don't know. It's a thought. It's not necessarily a permanent thing. But somewhere, either here or here, we have to put the thermoregulator. Maybe we'll put the thermoregulator over here and then put the voles here. But that's why we've got this loop looking like this over here. Now, Jesus, too many things going on. There's copper ore here, so I kind of think it's time to get rid of those natural tiles. Yeah, we had a really great design, but this was going to be where our natural gas infinite storage is. But since the natural gas geyser is over here, and I didn't know what to do with this side, it makes more sense to put our infinite natural gas storage over here, along with dirty power. So that's the plan. Now, we could, in theory, turn on our oxygen from here and turn off our algae producers. That might... Is it time to do that? This stuff is cooled down to 29 degrees. Let's let the loop run just a little longer. Smear the temperature out just a bit more. Yeah. Let's let that run for a few more minutes. While we get some of this building done over on the right side. Can they even... We should have plenty of sandstone to do that. Are they just... They're just doing other things. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough, dupes. Yeah, so there's just a lot of, you know, Tetris problems. But we'll be fine. I mean, we are playing the super slow. We're on cycle 85, and this is like, I don't remember what day this is, but it is a day. What is it? Day 5? No, wait. This is the 4th day we're on this playthrough. Like 4th day streaming it. We're on cycle 85. We're doing like 20 cycles a stream. I haven't taken it off of one these last 2 streams. I don't really intend to, because there's just too many like interwoven projects. The slicksters really aren't eating enough of that CO2. Right. Yeah, it's getting a little out of hand. Let's enable that building, and let's set the pipes back up. Blub, blub, blub. So we are going to go like that. Yeah, our whole playthrough essentially hinges on the RNG of our Drecos mutating. Like, as shitty as that is, like, we need plastic. We're not going to be getting down to our oil reservoir for plastic. So unless we get a whole bunch of plastic that decides to print at the printing pod, we need glossy Drecos, and we need them ASAP. We've got automation researched, but nobody fully into mechatronics engineering, so we can't even build the automation. And if we could build the automation... Like, I'm not going to level Julie up anymore for now. Julie can stay where she is. I would have thought we'd have more morale, but I think we've got some issues with eye irritation and you know, food poisoning. So we're gonna try and stay away from pushing skills that we don't necessarily need. Right, pipe blocked, but we were gonna do that and do that. Excellent. That can come in that way, and we can snip that. I'm not going to delete those pipes, even though I kind of want to, because eventually I'm just going to wind up using them for something, so we'll leave them where they are for now. Everybody is sleeping, yay. Power. Those guys will go there. We're going to need a copy of you. We'll let them build a little bit so they don't lock themselves in like idiots. We are going to need heavy watt wire to deal with all of this. Okay. That will be a thing. And then we'll probably need a transformer somewhere. Okay, so my design on this is just... it's there, but it's not there. You know what I mean? I'm probably going to wind up building and rebuilding and breaking and building and breaking over and over several times just to get this right. There's a... like I said, maybe I'll do some off-camera designing here. I mean, there's a good chance that that's not going to happen because other video games. Like, this is going to be another system that's like, we can bring part of it online at a certain point. Actually, this can't be here. That will have to be there. And then we'll need a pedestal. Doesn't really matter what we build it out of, but that needs to go there. Like, this system over here, I'm designing it with mini liquid and mini gas pumps in mind. So we might have to do some things like we might have to make some adjustments that will be temporary. And I hate to do things like that, but that's kind of what it is. We are running dangerously low on calories. For some reason. Muckroot and nutrient bar I'm trying to save. We only have 938 calories of lice loaf. They are bringing in some meal lice right now. Oh, Jesus. I accidentally what? Oh my god, I accidentally unplanted 4 mealwood. That's a reason. So... hiya, buddy. Anybody old in here? Let's pop a stone hatchling egg. Now... will a hatchling drop as much meat as a full-grown hatch? We might be finding out here in a second. Who's the oldest hatch? 31. 47. Hey, buddy. Your dinner. Yeah, this is one of the reasons I want this pip ranch up and running. It's gonna definitely help us with barbecue situation. Yeah, we got to get Julie some help. Either get a dedicated cook and let her ranch and farm, or vice versa. I mean, she's so good at all of it. Maybe if we can get someone to help her on one of them and have other skills as well. But I think Julie's getting a little bit overwhelmed. Get it together, Julie. Alright, we've got Lice Loaf and Julie is barbecuing. Excellent. And some mushrooms will be in soon. 98, 95, 95, 88, 89, 90, 90. Okay. $4,000 barbecue, 2,600 Lice Loaf, and she's going to cook an omelet. Excellent. Man, I thought we would be getting a lot more done, to be honest with you. I mean, am I happy we got this planned out? Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely happy we got this planned out. Are we going to be able to do other stuff? No. Now I'm looking at it and I'm like, how are we going to get power? Like, we could easily get power between these two, but how are we going to get power down here? This hurts. It hurts my head. Okay, take care of my kitty's litter box. All right, sounds. I don't know how long ago you put that, Fennec, but. I mean, we can go through the natural gas geyser thing, but then we've got heat bleeding up through here. Yeah, I'm not gonna hurt my head. We're gonna keep building what we planned. See if we can make necessary adjustments to make it function, and if not, I'll redesign it and deal with it later. $4,000 calories of barbecue, 2,800 there, 4,300 on that. Excellent. Like I said, this whole system is also dependent on us getting the mini pumps. So we can't actually bring it fully online until we get glossies. So we're just kind of planning ahead at this point anyway. Might as well do it on the fly, right? Four of 4, perfect. 2 hatches, 2 stone hatches. I can stay on board with that. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, poke shells are probably better than sage hatches as far as processing all of that, so we probably won't go into sage hatches now that we have poke shell. Hopefully poke shells eventually. Now we don't have a lot of anything for liquid locks, so we're gonna put a tile here. We're also going to put a tile here. We'll put one there. And there. Oh, we can't. Excellent. Okay. Choose a blueprint. Strength, machinery, cuisine, uncultured, caregiver. How do you have kitchen menace? God, if you didn't have kitchen menace, Gene, because that's a good one. Without kitchen menace, Gene would be great because they could help with the cooking and they could also help with the mechatronics and tidying. I don't like allergies. Hopefully we're going to get a buddy bud. The undigging isn't so bad on this map. Piloting, agriculture, strength, not a lot of... nutrient bars are the most tempting, but let me look at bog buckets. I believe they eat polluted. But, like, we got to consider all of our food options, right? They like darkness, 10 to 30, atmosphere, oxygen, polluted, doesn't really matter. Polluted water, 40 kilos a cycle. Farm plot, bog jelly, base seed, harvest chance, 10%. I don't think the buckets are going to do it, honestly. So I think we take the nutrient bars for our first space trip. Let's get all of that stuff swept out of there. I really didn't think we'd have this many critters on this playthrough. Oh, you know what? Those two can be insulated because they're eventually going to be insulated anyway. And then on our design over here, we're going to go boop and boop. Not just yet, though. We're going to want to pump in there. You know what? We could come in. Yeah, we'll put that one there. How much iron do we have? 40 kilos. Steel, we need Jesus, how much is a pump? 50. So don't need much. Trying not to drown those guys before their time. I mean, we're right below what we need there. I am tempted to turn the temperature down a little bit lower. $28 would bring it down to 14 coming out. You need to be above 10. You need to be above 22. So yeah, we're kind of riding the edge here because of our thimble reed. Yeah, right. What we will probably do eventually is, since we've got Drecos for reed fiber, we don't need the thimble reed for reed fiber. We will most likely switch over to overflowing the clean water into a couple of bristle blossoms, so we don't have to deal with overflowing the polluted water into the thimble reed. That will allow us to set our temperature a little bit cooler. Yes, I did disallow the bars, Emily. I checked that when we printed some a few hours ago. I will double check just for, you know, the sake of it. Yeah, they're not allowed to eat bars, muckroot, or most... You know what? They shouldn't be allowed to eat raw egg either. Thank you for having me check. They weren't on... The bars weren't on the list, but raw egg was. Okay. Anything else they shouldn't be eating? They're not eating lettuce. They can eat mush fry, not the bristleberry. Lice loaf is fine. Not the mushrooms themselves, the fried mushrooms. Omelets, cooked seafood, and barbecue are good. No rad pills. I didn't even know some of these things were a thing. Alright, the other voles hatched. Or most of the... Wait. So they're already laying eggs. We've got 6 voles and they're laying eggs. So Barb earned a skill point. See, Barb has got morale through the roof. And I think the reason is she's not puking at the moment. I kind of need someone who knows how to do plumbing. Okay. How would you like to be a plumber, Barb? Yep. Let's get Barb plumbing. It's only going to cost 1 morale point, so even if she takes a hit. I can't wait for plastic. I'm dying to get plastic right now. I do like our wild dust caps. I'm trying so hard to get the other 2 planted, because we do have mushrooms, fried mushrooms on hand reasonably often. So, and I don't mind planting a little extra meal lice at the moment, because we're trying to bring the Pip Ranch online, which will provide us dirt and barbecue. Okay, perfect. now we uproot that. Everybody's doing a little bit of something. You guys, we got about an hour left. I think we can accomplish a few things. We're definitely not going to be getting that deep freeze up and going. I am tempted. We've got 470 kilos of oxygen at 28 degrees. Okay, I think it's time we let our oxygen generator provide our base oxygen. It'll be a long time before it forces these to kick on. Oh, that's going to be a problem because we've only got 14 kilos of hydrogen. We'll keep an eye on it. We will keep an eye on it. Damn it. Because we're going to need to burn hydrogen to keep those things going. I might link in these coal generators to help. We're gonna have to turn those on. Jesus, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, we're gonna have to put that there. Otherwise, this liquid lock will be pointless. Not yet, actually. That can't be there yet. Okay. I am slowly but surely losing my mind, but it's okay. Everything will be okay, everybody. All right. All right. So the plan for after stream tonight is my usual plan. I'm going to grab dinner. I will probably hop into voice chat in Discord. If Linus is around and wants to play Nightingale, I will probably play Nightingale. I may play Nightingale even if he's not around, because I wanted to show Barb the house I was building. And if anybody else wants to check it out too, I'll do that. I might get into some Satisfactory if I don't know. Basically, I'm gonna go eat dinner, watch some videos, and then go into voice chat and hang out for a little while. Maybe. Okay, now let's put that there. This is really how my brain works, right? That's there. There's a liquid lock there, so we should be able to do that. Is it a super stable liquid lock? Absolutely not. Will our people get burned if that thing goes off? Probably. So let's make a way for us to stop people from going in there. Yeah, we need a better system for power over here. Actually, we're staying stable at 14 kilos, basically. If we can stay stable at 14 kilos with filtration and liquid pumping, that would be cool. That would be very cool. This guy is active in 25 cycles, which is pretty nice. Yeah, everybody's gonna have soggy feet. Now, what we're doing here, this blob is stopping gases from moving in between. So this is technically airtight. Did we make steel? We did make steel. Doesn't really matter what we make that out of. Or that. this is going to be pumping straight down to there. Pedestal. I want to do crude here. Get it together, Camille. The Camille in this world is Julie, so get it together, Julie. $14.2 kilos. Alright, we're going up on hydrogen, so we might be alright. Looking for food. Let's turn off this scrubber. Pleasant chit chat next to the natural gas geyser. Excellent. Iron ore. Squiddy! Fennec! How's everybody doing? Alright, we're hydrogen positive over here, and we're pumping oxygen. The oxygen is around 31, 32 degrees. And not hot enough to trigger this just yet. Alright, we're not in a pretty great. I have inspiration for another big project, but the problem is staying inspired for me. I forget who said it, but it's something about, like, it's easy to be an artist when you're inspired. It's what you do when you're not inspired that defines you as an artist. So, take that as you will. What's our new achievement? Oh, oxygen not included. Excellent. Yes, very exciting. So tomorrow we're going to play RimWorld. Saturday we're going to do Satisfactory. Next week we're going to squeeze in some Nightingale somewhere. If anybody sees me hanging out in Discord chat tonight, feel free to come and hang out. I'll either be playing Nightingale or Satisfactory. Probably bouncing between the two of them a little bit because there's a few things I want to show people. And I'm not sure if Linus is going to be online tonight or not. Because I've been playing... me and him have been waiting for over 2 years for Jesus, Nightingale. So we've been playing the heck out of that. Very exciting. Very exciting. Fried mushroom, 7K. Lice loaf, almost 7K. Barbecue, 4K. Excellent. We are cooking like dupes. Okay, hydrogen positive on this system. I like it. I'll like it more when this thing starts erupting. Printables. One ton of crude. Can't take on constructive dupes. I kind of think the crude... I mean, it'd be great to grab more slicksters, but we already don't have enough CO2 to feed those 3. They're going to age out, and yeah, we're taking the crude. See, yeah, there we go. And then we break that. I mean, a ton of crude gets us places. Oh yeah, there's no good air in there right now. We're probably gonna have to empty this place out, so we'll do this as well. We need to get down there to empty that out. So we're gonna have to build that there. I'm sorry, Amelia. I know you've got to, like, grab breath outside, but not much else I can do. I like this system. I really like that system. Once our cooling loop is not dependent on this thing erupting to keep mass down here to cool, I'll be even happier about it. Feels good to be getting stuff done, guys. Too bad we haven't mutated to Glossy Dreco yet, but, you know, can't get everything in one day, right? The poke shells were a nice little bonus. Okay, there is the next dusk cap down. Nice, we got mushrooms coming in left and right now. I got to think about how I'm getting power. Yep, because I'm an asshole. Sorry, guys. First, made a mess of the game. Good job, Amelia. For doing it where it's not going to cause problems. I forgot to connect our overflow for our polluted water afterwards. I had to disconnect it because we were gonna put, yeah, I was gonna put clean water back in, decided against it, and then never reconnected it. Ah, God, I'm just an asshole. Well, bathrooms are back online. Oxygen is the right temperature. Cooling loop is working. We are not burning through coal as fast as I may have worried about. We're going to have to do some shenanigans. We need to build and break that to get the CO2 deleted in there. Yeah, I'm still not sure. What do these guys output? And then 800. It's a waste of space as well. I think the answer is going to be we're going to run, which means this was premature. We're probably going to run the heavy watt wire right down this side. Right. And replace these with steel. As much of a pain in the ass as that will be as far as drain on our resource. We've got 71 tons of iron ore and a decent amount of fossil and eggshells, so I think we can afford it. The hardest part is affording the heat, but we've got a basic cooling loop in place. So what I think is going to happen, we're going to break these down, replace them with steel. Now the problem is we plan on putting... No, the gas sorting won't have a problem. I don't think the gas shutoff... It does have an overheat temperature. We might have to make a lot of things out of steel that I don't want to make out of steel. but we might not have a choice on that given our situation. Fried mushrooms. Gotta love it. Oh, that one's already planted. Wonderful. Pip's handling business. Right? So here we come. Putting it down right there. It's only 243 grams. Doesn't matter. You know why it doesn't matter? I was premature in putting it there anyway, so let's get that mopped. Yep, making a few alterations, so you're gonna go there. You can't go there. Has to go there then. Okay. How many is that? That's 20 kilos. Yeah, we're gonna have to... Yep. Alrighty then. So, the plan is now to swap these out for steel. As much as I don't want to do that. You know what? Let's leave them for now. I'll let them put in the heavy watt joint plates. For now. No, not for now. You know what? We're gonna think about that. We're gonna think about that whole thing. And maybe alter our plans just a bit. I mean, there are other ways around it. Like, we could run three conductive wires down through here into transformers and dump to a grid. Or run 3 of them across and dump to that, but that's messy, right? Otherwise, we have to come up with a solution for running the wires. These are going to be dumping out polluted oxygen. So that's a problem one way or polluted. These are all going to put out polluted water. So one way or another, that has to go down into a system that pumps it. We may be back on the redesign situation. Either way, this has to exist the way it is. So we'll get this thing sorted and buttoned up somehow to the best of our abilities. And then... and then we'll worry about the surrounding stuff afterwards. I am probably going to pop on at one point off camera and make some decisions. Decisions that we're not going to be able to make right now. We might end up having to waste some space and move and change a few things about how we're doing things. I think if we use this as the carbon dioxide, we could probably do something. We'll do something. One way or another, we'll do something. Food situation is to 14,000 calories of fried mushroom. Hell yeah. 5,000 calories of barbecue. I'm gonna take some of these offline because we had 4 that I'd accidentally taken offline, and I don't think, now that they're up and running, I don't think Glum. Right, because how many Drecklet eggs do we have in there? Oh, there's one in here? So there's 3 in there plus 4 of those, so there's 7 animals. It should be able to support 7 animals. Oh, needs are not being met. So, in other words, they're either not, they're not cramped, they're glum. So they're either not getting the grooming they need, or the meal lice hasn't grown in enough for them to eat. I gotcha. We might just run temporary power over to this, just to vacuum this out. It's probably a good idea. Let's see how long we got once Amelia finishes the analysis. We're not going to get a whole heck of a lot more done today. We've got to do a little bit of redesigning. Our hydrogen is positive over here, even with water filtration, pumping, all of it, so we're doing okay. And this thing does seem to be filtering and giving us clay. We have 360 kilos of clay, which is going to be good as far as us getting some ceramic off the ground. We might end up pumping too much of this water, though. We need that water to dump heat into. We've got 49 cycles, 48 and a half cycles to decide how we're going to deal with this. So the answer is right now we're not going to deal with it. We will deal with it eventually. I'm glad I have an idea what to use the single tile space over here for, either gas pumping or gas sorting, possibly both. It's a good use of that space. Yeah, I'm going to have to noodle around with how we're going to do this. I'm pretty sure that this will work for carbon dioxide storage. We're going to have the same problem with needing to make that not... Yeah. There's a few interesting solutions we're going to have to come up with to problems that I just don't have it in my brain to do. So let's see what projects we can kind of get off the ground. Like, so like the dusk caps are planted down here, right? I'm going to disable auto harvest on the tree itself. We've got 8 arbor acorns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that's exactly how much we need for this farm. We're going to let this tree grow wild. Once this hits 100%, we'll bring the pip up here and start working on taming them. That way we can start getting this all sorted. We realistically do need to plant right to left, so I don't know why my dumbass did it that way, but we need to fill in all of those. Make sure there's only one available there, and then we'll go through the pattern as the pip plants. We have planted as many dusk caps as we can get away with down here. So there is that. I think, yep, our little magic carpet friends have kicked the bucket. It is what it is. We knew that was going to happen. It got us a little bit of crude, and then we printed a ton of crude. So, not the worst situation in the world. Calories are really good. When we get the fried mushrooms in, it's just like bam. We seem to get an influx of a lot of good food at once, which works great because our shitty food. Anyway, it is what it is. We need glossy Dracos. We need plastic. Like I said, the poke shells were a nice addition, but they're not going to be able to, well, the poke shell. We only have one poke shell, but we're not producing enough polluted dirt or rot to fully feed them. As it stands, we still need to pop off crushing rocks a little bit, so we still needed to switch over to regolith. That means cooling chamber. Cooling chamber means we need steam turbines. So I think what our goal is to process down a little bit more steel, because no matter what we do, we're going to need steel for projects. And we're starting to get damage from meteors up here, so let's look at the temps here. I mean, we're yellow across the board. Our temperatures are just kind of right where they're supposed to be. At that like 20, 26 or 27 to like 30 something range. We might pull the temp down on our cooling loop just a touch, but at the moment it seems to be good. Like we're keeping our oxygen cool. Everything else in here is reasonably cool. Yeah. And our thermal aqua tuner only turns on every once in a while. So that's phenomenal. I think we try to bang out some steel. Seven batches should be 10 batches of steel. It's going to add a lot of heat to our clean water. Pyrite. Fool's Gold. We don't need excavation, creativity, machinery, rock fan, build. No, not building and fared. No bottomless stomach. Pyrite it is. I don't remember. Pyrite is fool's gold. I know that much, but what are the qualities of pyrite in this game? Heat turns it into molten iron. Refinery turns it into iron. Crusher turns it into iron and sand. Okay, so we can refine pyrite into iron. I'm good with that. More iron is good. Iron and steel all day long. We'll replan. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at this off camera and just kind of like try every different configuration over here I can possibly think of. I'll come up with a plan before we do this again. Theoretically next Tuesday and Thursday, but we'll see what happens. You know, well, like I said, I want to adjust the schedule to try and get some Nightingale in next week, and we got to keep on top of the RimWorld playthrough. If you let it sit and Randy, you know, you let Randy get the opportunity, he will hose you. Okay, we're hitting that 30-degree mark. Temperature is smearing out. So we're going to burn some coal. We've only used half a ton of coal since we installed this system, you know, cooling and over here. So we got stuff coming out at 16C. $19. Yeah, it just started to go to cycle through the system at 16. That'll pull a little heat out. It's gonna run for a little while as it cycles, though, because we're still getting the hot stuff in. Okay, guys. Thank you. This is a very number heavy game. It's cute, but it is definitely a little bit of break your brain. So our goal in general is to get the Pip Ranch online. Get a dirty brick designed for over here. If we could get the Pip Ranch online, combined with the Shove Voles and the Drecos, then we could get some automation going. We will be pretty sorted on food. Like, we might be able to get our people off of meal lice entirely. The mushrooms are definitely getting us through, but I'd like to be on barbecue if at all possible. We've got a little too many calories, but we did just take some stuff offline. Materials research would be nice to get online, but I think we got to get the power from over here sorted before we can actually do that. Jesus, there's so much to do. So anyway, like I said, if you see me in Discord tonight, come hang out. I'll be playing Satis or Nightingale after I eat some dinner. Tomorrow we'll be doing RimWorld. We exploded in population yesterday, so hopefully we'll be able to keep up with that and get ourselves all situated with flak and all the other necessary things to keep that going. Yeah, if you guys haven't noticed, I'm tired as hell today. I mentioned it at the beginning. I stayed up way too late playing games. Woke up an hour before stream and tried to do a lot of math. So it was one heck of a day, I tell you. Is there anything we can do with the last 10 minutes of stream here? Like, is there any system we can sort? We told them to start refining some stuff. That's good. Sweetles are working. I don't know. We are definitely cooking our water over here. Wish we had some more ice. Maybe, just maybe, you know what? We might want to start pulling a little bit of temp out of here. Let's do that. Because we keep using this water as, sorry, I've been quiet today. Lots of stuff happening. No stress. Hopefully it's good stuff. Yeah, we need to bring this water into the cooling loop since we're using it in our refinery. Financial, I mean emotional support for lack of sleep.
Emotion support for lack of sleep.
Thank you, Fennec. I really appreciate that. You know, the cliche, financial support is always appreciated but never required. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, just, like I said, been into some video games. Good problem to have. There have been many, many times in my life I've been like, damn it, there are no good games to play. I don't know what to do with myself. And right now, there are a lot of good games to play. Classics that we've been playing for a while, like Minecraft. I guess we could call RimWorld and Oxygen Not Included classics as well. But then, like, Nightingale came out. I've been really into Satisfactory as well. So there's a lot of good stuff going on right now. And those are good problems to have, I think. So little hit to the sleep is okay with me. Yeah, we are picking up a lot. Meteors, okay. We are picking up a lot of heat. Now, I was saying it earlier, the uranium that we've got coming in, we can make into metal tiles or doors to decontaminate stuff if we need to do that. There's a lot of options on this map. It seems like you're like totally out of resources and there's nothing to use and nothing to do, but the more you play it, the more you realize everything you need is here. It's just, can you figure out how to use it? Zed and Platt are both streaming? Okay, good. We'll raid out to one of those guys shortly. Barb, I might pick your brain later about designing this side of the map, because this design does not work. And I know you love solving the puzzles. Amelia gets applied science research. Because we're gonna have to get into that soon. Yeah, you're very helpful in figuring this stuff out. Julie is as well. But yeah, we maybe after we do a little Nightingale and/or Satis, or maybe before, we'll take a look at this and see if you have any ideas in chat. After I eat a little bit of food, of course. What projects do we have? What can we tie a bow on before we call it for the day? I don't think anything in the next couple of minutes. I think we're pretty well sorted. Our food is in good condition. Our SPOM is running properly. We've got a makeshift cooling loop that seems to be doing well. And we've got thoughts on how we want to move some stuff around. I don't know that this pip ranch is going to stay this large. God, I would really prefer not to have this weird shape going on here. But we can't go any further to the right. We'll think about it. Yeah. You know what? Before we just waste duplicate time, let's put a save on this. I'll say thank you all one more time, and let's do that. Let's raid out to one of our friends. Let's make sure they're online. You know, let's not just hit the raid button. Let's go over to Twitch. And we've got yeah, Zed and Plat. You know what? We haven't rated Plat for a while. Where is Plat? I swear I just saw Plat's name on the list. Let's go say hi to Plat, because we rated Zed a couple of times, I think, in the last week, but we haven't rated Plat in like forever. So let's raid over there. Guys, Plat is a wonderful person who very much feels the same way we do about mental health and chronic illness. Wonderful, kind-hearted soul, great community. So yeah, good hanging. I think he's playing the classic Tomb Raider stuff because it just came out. Thank you all again for putting up with my tired ass today. I will see everybody tomorrow for some RimWorld. I will do my best not to overexert myself, so we're a little fresher as far as sleep. Take care, everyone, and have a good night. Be well.